Crew from San Diego, California, and this one is called The Grab Train.
They got us in the net. Our only option is the real respect. Won't catch me slacking and I got my reasons. I done played around with fire, I done slept with demons. Trying to teach you more some knowledge that's worth for more than doing college. How do you make it in a world full of hoes? How do you make it in a world with no goals? How do you make it from a rookie to a pro? Hit that blunt and let it go. Keep that heart ice, 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 baby. Living in a world, can you tell it's getting really crazy? I'm outside with the people when they ever try to play me. And we feeling real good and it's all alright. And we about to have a hell of a night, that's right.
And I feel real good.
Yeah, we feeling real good.
Yeah, we're going for a while.
Now we going for a while.
And I feel real good.
Yeah, we feeling real good.
Yeah, we got style.
Yeah, we got style.
And I feel real good.
Yeah, we feeling real good.
Yeah, we're gonna go all day. Yeah, and I feel real good.
Yeah, we feeling real good.
Let's take them home. Yo, Thomas, kick us off, man. This one is called Ruby 88. The selfish feel can't take it. I know it's a situation. The reasons why you can't go. Unwind your mind. You don't even got
Short days with long nights, I love the dark. Trying to win a race and I don't even know the start. I'm just looking for a spark in my mind state. 6 blunts later, got a brother feeling half baked. I wanna wake up, I wanna stay young. I want a bad chick with no makeup. Is that too much to ask? Was the love in my life? I can't feel it. It's getting bigger, getting realer every single sentence. Demonstrate how to get your demons straight. A lot of people out here acting like they hella fake. I ain't one to judge, I'm just trying to help and maybe teach you something you ain't know about yourself. Get your mind right, brother, don't mess around, cause life is short and these cops are fucking gun you down. I already know my role, I just play my part. You can call it soft, I call it being smart. Incarceration is sponsored by tax paying. My brother, what is you saying? I'm saying look at your wages. Don't you think it's time for a change? 30 years old, still trying to gang bang. I'm just saying, that's your life, it's not mine. It don't make you real just cause you did time. Time is of the essence, but I watch it with close eye, no lie. I think I'm more than a black guy, yeah.
It's only this that I'm saying. It's not the games that you're playing. Gotta decide a day. Gotta decide a year. It's only this that I'm saying. It's not the games that you're playing. The more get out, the more that you're gonna get out.
Yes, sir.
Hit him with it, Thomas.
Please, desperately. Lord, who knows I need relief. Lord, he's got him begging. Help me, please. I've got needs. Lord, who knows I need relief. So sorry, Miss Gibson. I've been trying really hard. Please excuse me while I find my peace of mind. Breathe, it's hard to see when you're lonely for so long. Please excuse me while I take my sweetest time. Gibson.
Oh, sorry, Miss Gibson.
Misplaced my frame of mind.
Misplaced my frame.
So sorry, Miss Gibson.
So sorry, Miss Gibson.
Take your worries and your time. Couldn't see it's hard to breathe when you're lonely for so long. Please excuse me while I find my peace of mind. Couldn't see it's hard to breathe. Excuse me while I take my sweetest time. You got yours, baby, I got mine. What was on your mind? Yes, you got him begging. You got yours, baby, left me dry. Couldn't believe what was on your mind. I said I'm so sorry. My heart aches. I'm so sorry. Take your money and your pride, yes ma'am. There's something I can't hide, yeah. There's something I can't find. too.
My friend.
I couldn't believe it.
Have good day.
I couldn't believe it. My friends relate. My friends have good days. Yeah. That one is called Miss Gibson. All right, this next one is off for those funky individuals out there.
Yeah.
This one called Disco City. This song is called Until Next Time. And I would like to spread a little something. If there's one thing I would leave you with, it is with this notion. Be kind to yourself, and the rest will follow. There's somewhere else I'd rather be now. Instead of treading over rocks, you know that I have strayed right over. But that don't mean that I'm on top. Te quiero mucho, mi abuela. I'm coming home really soon. So when you see me where I'm headed, leave me be, I've got to go. One thing I know, these changes keep on rolling on. One thing I know, these changes keep on rolling on. Reasons why I've got to go now. Are for myself and just for me. Marking places where I'm going, but still I want that Joshua tree. One thing I know, these changes keep on rolling on. One thing I know, these changes keep on rolling on. Thank you, and until next time. Feel it. Something's gotta give, you're on the move again. Find some ways, unwind your mind. Something's gotta give, you're on the move again. Find some ways, unwind your mind. Yeah. Something's gotta give, you're on the move again. Find some ways to go, unwind your mind. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you've had a lovely time. Big Ben Robertson on the bass, Thomas Meyer on keys, Riston and Eliza on vocals. I am Isaac and we are the Gravities.
Hi, my name's Gabe, and I make music under the name Yucca Valley. What you're about to hear is a couple of songs from my new album called A Redeeming Fishing Rod, and I really hope you enjoy. Thanks so much to Matt for inviting me to this event. It really means a lot. I'm really excited for you guys to listen. Okay, thanks, bye.
It's Phoebe Caters. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm super happy to play a set from my home in New York City. We will be battling at some point with the noise, so I hope there aren't too many edits when ambulances and various cars come past. They'll be smooth. No, you won't notice. I'm going to play you a set of tunes, new tunes from my recently released album Sweet Reunion, and also a couple of golden oldies as well from the last couple of albums. So thanks so much for tuning in, and this one is Never Be a Cool Girl. Dum 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 dum. That's how I like myself. And if I'm being honest, I like me best with someone else. And maybe I'm caught up in giving away too much. But if I'm being honest, I just love to love. And oh, I know I gotta be filling my cup first. But oh, I'm sure it can be mutual. And I'm happy with who I am. And I don't wanna follow a plan, 'cause I know I'll never be a cool girl. I'll never play that game. I'm not much of a smooth girl. Not really want to wait. So if I like you and you like me too, I'll make the time so we can break the rules. So I'll never be a cool girl. I've been in trouble, wearing my heart around my neck. But if I'm being honest, there isn't one thing I regret. 'Cause if you're on my level, and there's something more, then if we're being honest, what are we waiting for? And oh, I know I gotta be filling my cup first. But oh, I'm sure it can be mutual. And I'm happy with who I am. And I don't wanna follow a plan, 'cause I know I'll never be a cool girl. I'll never play that game. I'm not much of a smooth girl. Not really want to wait. So if I like you and you like me too, I'll make the time so we can break the rules. So I'll never be a, baby, I'm crazy. I'll never be a, I just love to. I'll never be a, don't wanna follow a plan, 'cause I know. What are we waiting for? I'll never be a cool girl. I'll never play that game. I'm not much of a smooth girl. Don't really want to wait. So if I like you and you like me too, I'll make the time so we can break the rules. So I'll never be a cool girl. Yay! So there's that one. And this is called I Am. I made my coffee bright and early, taking time to catch up with my intuition. I used to listen to all the ugly, but now the sky's the only thing I put above me. Oh, I've been through some stuff. I said that's enough. I still got all I needed. My mirror and me, busy lady, gotta get ready. And it's making me wanna say, hey, I am, I am, I am, I am. Might cross the ocean, get that promotion, maybe settle down when I feel ready. Might have a baby, but if I'm honest, it isn't something that I'm gonna promise. Oh, I've been through some stuff. I said that's enough. I got all I need. My mirror and me, busy lady, gotta get ready. And it's making me wanna say, yeah, I am, I am, I am, I am. Yeah, I am, I am, I am, I am. I am, I am, I am, I am.
I'm the girl who's stepping up your level. You're something special, no competition. As long as you be keeping up with my ambitions. So we've been through some stuff, we said that's enough. I still got all I need in my mirror and me. Busy people making the sequel, and it's making me wanna say, yeah, I am.
Yay! This is Make Believe.
There you are, standing right in front of me. Oh, I can barely breathe. You're some kind of make-believe. There you go, closing the door. Behind you as you take a seat. You're really right in front of me, yeah. Well, I'm a mess, I must confess. Been waiting for someone like you to come along. Sweep me off my feet. Oh, and there you are, standing right in front of me. Oh, I can barely breathe. You're some kind of make-believe. Oh, 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 no, 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 no. Oh, hey. Confess, been waiting for someone like you to come along. Sweep me off my feet. No, oh, and there you are, standing right in front of me. I can barely breathe. Are you some kind of make believe? Standing right in front of me, I can barely breathe. Are you some kind of? Are you some kind of? Are you some kind of make believe?
That one was Make Believe from my first album, Honesty. And this tune is the title track from my second album, It's Okay to Cry.
A 4-day ocean, a bottle in your hand. you didn't want anyone around. There's a heat in your eyes, but you keep your head down. The faster you drive, the further you are to being found. That weight upon your shoulders, you bore for quite some time. Don't let the shadow fool you, it just needs a little light. And it's okay, okay, okay to cry. It's okay, okay, yeah, okay to cry. Take that weight up off your shoulders. Time somebody told you that it's okay, okay, oh, it's okay to cry. Na-na-na-na. Okay, okay, yeah, okay to cry. Darling, it's okay, okay, okay to cry. It's okay, okay, yeah, okay to cry. Take that weight up off your shoulders. Time somebody told you that it's okay, okay, oh, it's okay, okay, oh, it's okay to cry. Okay, okay, yeah, okay to cry. Take that weight up off your shoulders. Time somebody told you that it's okay, okay, oh, it's okay to cry. It's okay, okay, yeah, okay to cry. Okay, okay, okay to cry. Yay! Okay. Okay, some very loud construction was happening. I hope it stops. Sorry for the pause. This next tune is It Takes Two. I'll meet you on the other side as a friend. I don't need you for anything. You said it's all on me. The pain I feel, are you for real? You gave as much as I did. Don't try to kid yourself. It takes two to break a heart. It takes two to break a heart. La-da-dum-da, la-da-dum-da-dum, la-da-dum-da. And now we're out here
All right, this is the last tune. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is Sweet Reunion, the title track from the latest album, which is out in the world, everywhere. Thank you so much for watching, and thanks to Camp Lonely Town for having me down. I hope you enjoy the rest of the festival and the rest of the year. Sweet reunion. I've been going around in circles for you. I wanna see your face. Your FaceTime ain't doing it for me no more. I've gotta get in your space. I'll be round before the end of summer. Oh, I'll never say never. So tell me, yeah, are you ready for this? Gonna be so sweet. Are you ready for a sweet reunion? Oh, are you ready for this? Gonna be so, so sweet. Reunion. Everybody's talking about self-improvement workouts. I'm just trying to stare out the window instead of at a screen and hoping one day I'll be counting these sheep beside you and other stuff if you're down. I'll be round before the end of summer. Oh, I'll never say never. So tell me, yeah, are you ready for this? Gonna be so sweet. Are you ready for a sweet reunion? Oh, are you ready for this? Gonna be so, so sweet. Reunion. Sweet reunion, neon. A sweet reunion, a sweet reunion, neon. Are you ready for this? Gonna be so sweet. Are you ready for a sweet reunion? Oh, are you ready for this? Gonna be so, so sweet. A sweet reunion, oh, a sweet reunion, neon. Thank you so much.
I know it's hard. It's hard to find the peace and opportunity. Let it all fall into place.
Hey everybody, we are Couch. We're a Boston-based band and we're so excited to be here today performing in the Camp Lonely Town Festival. We're gonna play some new tunes for you guys, some old tunes, some covers. This first one's called Stand Up. It's off our debut EP.
Today things seem a little bit clearer. I catch myself looking in the mirror. Finally I see her. No, I don't wanna waste our time, and baby I can't deny I'm glad I got to take this ride with you. You could blame it on the time and location, the fighting, the growing up. But maybe we'd be lying, we held each other down. So stand up, stand up, stand up. We could work it, but we tried it. Not worth it to fight it, this faded love. Stuck inside a rhythm, just take a look around. And stand up, stand up, stand up. 1 week and I feel so free. Spend a minute talking to you, but it feels like 3. It's for the best, now we both agree. Alright, take 5 for some time to breathe. I know I'm on the right track. Now you can get your life back, yeah. So happy that we tried that. No, I don't wanna waste our time, and baby I can't deny I'm glad I got to take this ride with you. We could blame it on the time and location, the fighting, the growing up. Baby, we'd be lying, we held each other down. So stand up, stand up, stand up. We could work it, but we tried it. Not worth it to fight it, this faded love. Stuck inside a rhythm, just take a look around. And stand up, stand up. Come on, baby, stand up. Oh. Felt like high time to leave the city. Now it's getting me down. Watching my whole world fall away as I'm leaving the ground. We mapped out all these plans that we'll never get to. No. Counting on the years to follow through. I miss you at my door like before, showing up out of the blue. And now it's hard to say if moving away was the right thing to do. Saturday, you said you were happy that I'm making a change. You'll be one right away, but will it be the same? Now I'm mapping out these plans that I'll never get to. No.
All right, if you guys know this next song, we hope you'll sing along at home.
1, 2, 3.
What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Lend me your ears and I'll sing you a song, and I'll try not to sing out of key. Oh, I get by with a little help from my friends. I get high with a little help from my friends. Oh, gonna try with a little help from my friends. What do I do when my love is away? Does it worry you to be alone? How do I feel by the end of the day? Are you sad because you're on your own? No, I get by with a little help from my friends. I get out with a little help from my friends. I'm gonna try with a little help from my friends. Do you need anybody? I need somebody to love. Could it be anybody? I just want somebody to love. Would you believe in a love at first sight? Yes, I'm certain it happens all the time. What do you see when you turn out the light? I can't tell you, but I know it's mine. Oh, I get by with a little help from my friends. I get out with a little help from my friends. I'm gonna try with a little help from my friends. Oh, I get by with a little help from my friends. I get high with a little help from my friends. I get by with a little help from my friends. I get high with a little help from my friends. I get by with a little help from my friends. I get high with a little help from my friends. I get by with a little help from my friends. I get high with a little help from my friends. I get by with a little help from my friends. Oh, I get high with a little help from my friends. I'm gonna try with a little help from my friends. Oh, I get by with a little help from my friends. Oh, I get high with a little help from my friends. I'm gonna try with a little help from my friends. I get by with a little help from my friends. I'm gonna try with a little help from my friends. Don't you know that it's alright, my friend? Running round, you can't find what you're looking for. I'll show you. You called me up when you were crying. Oh, yeah, you were crying. You're sick of losing, sick of trying. Oh,
yourself down, kick yourself down, kick yourself down. And oh, look what you got, and baby, look what you're not. Don't kick yourself down. Now you know that it's alright, my friend. You tally up your losses, sitting critical. That's not all you got, no. You called me up when you were crying. Oh, yeah, you were crying. You're sick of losing, sick of trying. So I'll say, don't kick yourself down, kick yourself down, kick yourself down. Well, look what you got, and baby, look what you're not. Don't kick yourself down. And I know it's not so easy when I'm the one who needs to hear. I can't help myself the way that I have to you. But I'll do my best to listen to the words that I've been saying to myself. I will say, I will say, don't kick yourself down, kick yourself down, kick yourself down. Now, look what you got, and baby, look what you're not. Don't kick yourself. Tell me, oh, kick yourself down, kick yourself down, kick yourself down. And now, look what you got, and baby, look what you're not. Don't kick yourself down. And now you know that it's alright, my friend.
Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us today. Thank you, Lonely Town, for organizing this. We are Couch. We're gonna play one more tune for you.
Baby, can't you see I'm calling? A guy like you should wear a warning. It's dangerous, I'm falling, yeah. There's no escape, I can't wait. I need a hit, baby, get me in. You're dangerous, I'm loving it. Too high, can't come down. taste of your lips, I'm on a ride. Your toxic, I'm slipping under. Taste of your poison paradise. I'm addicted to you. Don't you know that you're toxic? And I love what you do. Don't you know that you are toxic? Yes, I love what you do. Intoxicate me now with your loving now. I think I'm ready now. I think I'm ready now. Intoxicate me now with your loving now. I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready now. Intoxicate me now with your loving now. I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready. Intoxicate me now with your loving now. I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready. Taste of your lips, I'm alright. You're toxic, I'm slipping under. Taste of your poison paradise. I'm addicted to you. Don't you know that you are toxic? Oh, no. And I love what you do. Don't you know you are toxic? Oh, yeah. And I love what you do. Don't you know that you are toxic? Oh. Yes, I love what you do. Don't you know you are toxic? Oh, yeah. Yes, I love what you do. Don't you know that you are toxic? I still remember when I tried to make you mine. Lit up manipulating you, took all my prize, but that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Hey, Lonely Town Live.
Hey, Lonely Town Live.
What's up, Lonely Town Live?
Hey, Lonely Town. Oh my God.
We're the Whips.
We're a funk band from Kansas City.
And if there's one thing we love, it's the Wolf.
Lonely Town Live. Okay.
Which is why we're especially honored today to bring to you
A live set from our upcoming EP.
Never Change or Do.
out August 20th on all streaming platforms.
And we are. Right here on Lonely Town Live.
Lonely Town Live.
Right here on Lonely Town Live.
Which is why, if there's one thing, which is why we're particularly honored to be showing you a live set. Okay.
Hopefully some Wolf members see this. That's the dream. Anyways, let us know what's up.
Especially, and if fuck me, god damn it.
Everybody give it up for the Whips.
Coop, get me out of this mess. And ladies and gentlemen, we are the Whips. We're gonna play for you all of Never Change or Do. That's our EP that's coming out August 20th. Don't you forget it. To do this one, our new single, Go Fix Yourself, we're gonna have to welcome the ever-present, the only person who would answer my calls, Lucy Brock to the stage. Let's go.
Fix yourself. All the work that I put in through the years, our fights, I love, my lonely nights, my blood, my sweat, my tears. Not good. I hope the next one gets you. Really knows what they're in for. Before you win it, your ex now, that's all. Yeah, yes, the next one who gets you really knows what they're in for. Yeah, now it's trying to fix you, but that's all. Fix yourself, fix yourself, fix yourself, fix yourself.
All right. Thank you very much, Lucy. Now
I'll be back.
And she will be back. She will return, spoiler alert. Now we're going to play a song about my favorite round of golf I've ever played. It's called Two Strokes. But to start it out, we need the most attractive bass player in this particular part of the stage tonight to start the best bass riff on the album. Right? I've been on the game. I've been starting on these whoops like LeBron James, shooting threes, but the coach will take them off the bench and no delivery because you know we already said. Hey, and she off the beat, got a mind to make sure what she ain't missing. So the same way I got over you don't pay my rent. Now she's gonna come and go because I whoop. Doing so cool, making a show, but she still screams, you're right for me. She chokes and she says once more, boom, and say that I should babe like. cause you weren't like the soles of her feet. Let me get on my James Brown stuff right here. 1, 2, hey! Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 16 times. 2 stars for my baby show, but she says things are right for me. Like 10 jokes and she says 1 more, but who is saying that activates? Like, oh, yeah, you know she goes far cause she won't like the sound of her feet. 1 more time, 1 more time, 1 more time. Yeah, 2 stars for my baby show, but she says things are right for me. 10 jokes and she says 1 more, but who is saying that activates? Like, goes far, yeah, you know she goes far cause she won't like the sound of her feet. Backseat got the homie in the first saying hi. Oh, not yet. Sorry. Thank y'all so much for coming out. How about Holes in Socks and Oxford Remedy, everybody? Them some bands. This next one's called Well Enough. And it might be my favorite song off the next record. You gotta watch out for the horn solo, because it'll get you. It's gonna be cool. Are you ready? is right. It's better off to leave. It's better off to leave. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Not alone. Well, 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 well. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Not alone. Well, 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 not alone. Well, 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 well. Well, well, well. Well, 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 not alone on the one. All right. Now we're gonna invite the very wonderful, the very talented Dia Jane Walker. She's a UMatter alum, and she also has a silky smooth voice that's gonna bring us home on this ballad. Are you ready to do it together? Are you ready to get a little sad tonight? We get sad. No, we get happy. Pretty much. So the lovely Max Cooper on the keys, everybody.
Could give a girl a heart attack. To the house or home and say I'm never coming back. Life addiction is a work of art without a claim. To paint the picture well before you're in the soft frame. Stuck in high school, I can swear I'm never leaving. My SAT started a gun and I'm still bleeding. I'll never be as good as I was then. Back when the future was my best friend.
got one more for you. This is the other single off our record. It's called Not What I've Done. Basically, if you've ever been on Indeed.com and looked at a job and seen like, it's got good benefits, like I can get paid like quite kind of close to like minimum wage, and then you see that they need like a bachelor's degree to apply for it, like this song is for you. So 1, 2, 3.
They say that no one chooses, we all play the hand we're dealt, and that money in your pocket, no one's asking how it felt. Working for the losing resume's a waste of sun. I've got offers on the table, I am not what I have done. Janie's got a kid from a boy who ran away. The hardest job in the world, or at least that's what they say. A single human life raised to perfect health, but she's got no degree, so they'll hire someone else. He'll grow up to wander far away from Janie's arms. A clean degree from Stanford, going by a sweat blade on a farm. The resume illustration, all the words that he has won. The only thing that's missing is he's not the boss's son. They say that no one chooses, we all play the hand we're dealt, and that money in your pocket, no asking how it felt. Working for the losing resume's a waste of sun. I got offers on the table, I am not what I have done. Mrs. Number 10, working at the dollar store. Nicest smile you've ever seen, and she'll work till 95. She'll breathe her last breath, giving the customers some help. Maybe then she'd have enough experience to finally feed herself. They said that no one chooses, we all bring the hand we're dealt, and that money in your pocket, no one's asking how it felt. Working for the losing resume's a waste of sun. I've got offers on the table, I am not what I have done. So this return to sender, ready to be passing out, and all the pretty babes who say I've never owned a house. You don't get to tell me, you don't get to say my name. We heard you say you love us, and we'll never feel the same. You say that no one chooses, we all play the hand we're dealt, and that money in your pocket, babe, no one's asking how it felt. Working for the losing resume's a waste of sun. I got offers on the table, I am not what I have done. They say that no one chooses, but I know that the time is just begun. Working for the losing resume's a waste of sun. I got offers on the table, I am not what I have done.
Thank you very much. We've been the Whip.
So hello to everyone here in the Zoom again, and hello to everyone who's tuning in live for Camp Lonely Town. We're so lucky today to have the Tyler Duncan with us. So everyone, give him a virtual round of applause. You know, we love this dude. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Tyler.
Hello.
Oh my God. Okay. So this is how it's going to go today. We're going to split it up a little bit. I'm going to kind of be a moderator for the entire portion of the beginning portion of the interview. just kind of get some background information, kind of dive in, get a little nostalgic. And then our buddy Matt, if you want to introduce yourself, is going to pop in.
Yeah, hi, great to see you. So excited to be talking with you. I'm going to be asking a little bit more on the production side of the album and talking a bit about your work with other artists and just your process in general. Very, very excited for today.
Cool.
Okay, so we've had the opportunity of working with a lot of artists you've produced for and helped in the past, like Madeline Grant, Rachel Mazer, Joey Dosick, and now ANTWAUN Stanley. We've all been listening to your work on records across the extended Wolfosphere for years. I know I've been deep into it since middle school. I had a picture of My Dear Disco up in my 7th grade locker, like followed you guys on MySpace, was really deep into it. So
MySpace is deep.
Followed the blog, loved everything. I think my first introduction to you guys was a video of like Theo Katzman shaving in an Arby's bathroom. So
oh, you know the deep cuts. That's amazing.
It's kind of been my whole personality for a long time now. But so coming from this kind of circle of people, this festival kind of celebrates those adjacent to the Ann Arbor music scene, and you happen to be a local. How did the art and music that you grew up around influence you as like a professional?
Oh gosh. Well, I mean, I feel like there was sort of my life before meeting all of the Wolf adjacent, I think is what you said, Wolf and Wolf adjacent people. So we all met at college, you know, Theo and Joey and I lived together. And we were just like in close proximity to all these other Wolfers, and Woody was just down the road, and Woody actually used to come to My Dear Disco shows. That's when I met Woody. But Joe Dart, you know, so there was kind of my life before that in Ann Arbor, which was, I mean, definitely influenced by being here in terms of just the musicians I got to know and the musicians I got to play with and the music teachers that were around here and, you know, those sort of things. Nothing like, I mean, I had some very like specific teachers who really had a huge influence on me, like a jazz pianist named Tad Weed, I was lucky that he was here. I spent a lot of time in Ireland. I as a kid, I was really into Irish music, and that was like what I did. So I lived in Ireland for a while with my family, and would go back there every year, and that had a huge influence on me as a musician in my sort of teenage years. So I guess there's just not even that much real estate between, like, you know, I started playing music seriously when I was like maybe 11. Then I kind of had like 11 to, you know, 16, 17 was sort of that phase, and then it was college, you know, so it's 5 years of that, and then the whole college thing happened, and that was just a huge influx of, you know, all sorts of inspiration and connection and friendships and just everything that I'm still deeply connected to, all of that, you know, to this date.
That's amazing. So is your family Irish? Is that how you got involved in the Celtic music scene?
No. Not. I mean, a little bit, maybe a little bit Scottish, I guess you can, you know, but yeah, not Irish. I heard the music as a kid, and I just got really obsessed with it, you know, and my parents were cool enough to be willing to just sort of be like, well, okay, he's going over here now. All right, he likes the bagpipes. Well, who would have known? He wants to play them. All right, he's playing the bagpipes now.
Was there a specific record that drew you into that world?
Let's see. Well, there was a specific video, which was the now I would have been like maybe 10 years old. The Riverdance video had a bagpipe solo in the middle of it. It's kind of big feature, and that just really gripped me. And then that led me to buying records, and I had to like order them. The Borders Books and Music was a thing then. I had to go to Borders and do special order, like international CD order for like these names I never heard of. And so I just started ordering all these Irish bagpipe CDs as I could. And so like there's like famous pipers I can name: Paddy Keenan, Liam O'Flynn, Davy Spillane. All these people as a kid were like big influences. But it really started with that Riverdance video, and then that led me into the more like, I think people would call like legit. But I think the Riverdance music is legit. It's good music, but a little more new agey, you know.
That's awesome. So you've kind of been the keystone, I guess you would say, of the entire Wolf sphere. Pretty much whatever you touch becomes gold, not to blow you up or anything, but what kind of advice do you have for collaboration and building a scene? Because you kind of seem to be this central piece of it all.
Wow, that's a great question. Well, yeah, I mean, it's so many things. And this was not a calculated, I didn't like come up with this idea and like execute it. But if
Yeah.
I, look back and reflect, like what are the good ingredients? Like I think number one is like you have to be um, curious, curious about other people, what key people do, what they like to do, and like be kind of have an open channel for like receiving that information, not just be a transmitter, like that's if you balance your transmitter and receiver energy, if like a radio metaphor, it's like have receptive energy, like listen, be curious, ask, go to people's shows, check out what they're doing, like try collaborating with people that you think are interesting, and you'd be curious to try things out, be willing to try, be willing to experiment. I think keeping things like in a fun zone and not like into a high pressure, even if it's just self pressure, but staying out of like masterpiece land, and just kind of staying in doodling with your friends land. Competitiveness, like that's just going to kill everything. So you have to like, I think, realize that everybody else's success is your success. If you feel any emotions of being pitted once again against each other, and start to like see this sort of adversarial, like there's one opportunity and only one of us is going to get it. Any of those types of things of scarcity or just wishing you were in a different place than someone else who's moving faster at this given time, all that stuff is going to poison a collective sort of scene. So everybody has to be like truly in each other's corner. And if they're going to be in your corner, it means you have to be in their corner, of course. So I think just that like super supportive, giving everybody a lot of space to grow. I think the more we're willing to be seen in our learning process with other people speaks to the sort of safety of that relationship. Like the learning process is when you don't know anything, and learning is by definition failing, over and over and over again. And it's just called learning because you do it enough times till you stop failing at whatever the thing is. But that whole process, if you can do that with people, and that's something I got to do a lot with Joey and Theo and everybody, which is just like we would practice together. Joey and I practiced together a lot, actually, because I was in school for saxophone with him. So we both would do like saxophone long tones together and like do these scales together. We'd play these Bach duets together and just, try stuff. And I was lucky that we had that sort of trust. So, I mean, those are some of the things also like sharing the wealth, when you have something, you have a good connection, or you meet somebody and you just think like, oh man, like that would be an awesome connection for you two. I don't even need to be there, but like, man, these two people would do awesome things together. And just that is all just sort of like fostering this kind of communal, supportive, collective feeling that I feel so lucky because, the scene we're talking about, it's like everybody is just so like such a big fan of everybody else, and we all like want everybody else to do really well. And you just feel that. And it's just never at anybody else's expense. And we like to collaborate because it's a fun space where experimentation is cool and no one feels like they have to prove themselves and, none of that stuff. So to me, those are like some of the crucial ingredients that come to mind,
In terms of keeping that kind of collaborative element natural, eliminate the competitive aspect and just, share the wealth and the great enjoyment of making music together. Do you think keeping your studio setting naturally kind of the same as what it was, from before, rather than, just completely industrializing everything? Do you think that more relaxed vibe brings out a more easy flowing collaboration?
I do. I think all of it, the environment, it all affects the mood. And I definitely very intentionally want to always record. It's very important to me to like write, record, and create in an environment that feels as low stakes and as comfortable as possible. I feel like we do our best work as creators and performers when we are kind of off the record almost, like when the microphone doesn't even really matter that much. So the more the more I can angle the environment to sort of feel like, oh yeah, I guess there was a microphone there. I guess we recorded. Did we record? Oh yeah, I guess we did. And then like, well, I guess let's listen to it. Like that's like, I want that to feel like the primary sort of memory of like, I just remember doing stuff, but I don't actually remember this sort of official experience whatsoever. So it's like, yeah, I mean, it's got to be nice in the sense like you feel good, but I don't want it to feel like formal, and I don't want it to feel official, and I don't want it to people to feel like they have to put on their, their best selves to do anything. It's like, no, I kind of want to record our worst selves in a way. I want to record our most authentic, like in the moment, real deal, on the ground level version of ourselves. So let's try to inhabit a space that feels like that. So yeah, I think it helps. It's not doesn't do it by itself, but it's one contributing factor. Yeah.
Right. Absolutely. And I mean that authenticity means a lot, especially in the environmental sense. So, I mean, in this record and a few other records that you've worked on, of course, you took some time working remotely for some of the players on the sessions. So how do you kind of transfer, as a producer, that environmental importance to a virtual setting? Do you have any of your players do anything specific to the place they're recording around, or you just try to, put them in a kind of mind state with what you ask?
Yeah, I mean, I have not historically done a lot of remote session musician work because I just prefer to like fly people here or I'll fly there, that's what I've historically done. This year has obviously been different. So this has been a learning curve for me. And, the best I've been able to do is just, I try, and this is something I do outside of remote with like mixing or mastering or anything else that is usually remote for me, not just the musicians recording, but I try to give as much sort of metaphorical information as I can. So I talk about places, like I want this to feel like you're in a car driving on like a early autumn night, and the light is turning from blue to orange, and you can feel like I just go into these really kind of long descriptions of like, this is how I want this part to make me feel in the song. So like if I can get the person to inhabit the emotional, I guess the shortest answer is like, if I can get them to inhabit the emotional space I'm hoping for the result to feel like, the more likely it'll end up there. So I'm trying to think about that beginning place more than I think about telling them how the end should be. It's like, I just want it to feel like that when you're done. And I'll give pictures. I'll talk about a movie. I'll talk about materials like velvet or leather or whatever, like I will reach for any sort of thing that's not actually musical per se, and try to create as like sort of three-dimensional of a emotional image as I can. And then there's still back and forth. Usually there's still be moments that's like, it's perfect. We got to hit the bridge again, or whatever. So yeah,
Right.
it's a process though.
That definitely makes sense. I mean, gosh, all that sensory information definitely brings the, more holistic experience of trying to tell a narrative. And you've had a way of implementing the narrative of a song directly into your production style. And I was wondering on this record specifically, how much did that come down to you and Antoine, or what changed when Theo was with you guys getting the lyrics ironed out?
So yeah, well, we started the process with Theo. So it was the three of us kind of like writing just the songs. So we always, I find this to be the case, and Theo and Antoine I know are the same, which is that we try to like get the songwriting part first and foremost. Like, don't get into beat land, don't get into cool sounds, like none of that stuff. Just like guitar, piano, phone memo, and try to get the song that way. So we definitely did that with all three of these songs. It's just I have memos for hopefully all of them if I've been saving my stuff right. But like just a memo with a guitar, Antoine singing, and a lyric sheet, and like, okay, here's the song. So we start there, and then take that was like, so then that kind of gets migrated into, okay, like, well, what would be a cool way to produce this? Like, what would be a cool sound palette? What would be a great sort of vehicle for what was a guitar part once? Like, anyway, that kind of stuff happens after the fact. And then Theo was departed the process after that. So Theo was like, it was equal songwriting between the three of us. And then it was kind of like, okay, Tyler's gonna take that and we're gonna turn it into something,
Yeah, that's phenomenal. And I'm curious, is the storyboards that you mentioned in that fantastic video series you started, by the way, the Tweaker Tyler stuff, that input on the sessions is phenomenal. And the
Mm.
storyboard element kind of makes sense when you're talking about all this stuff. I don't know if you put all of that information or detail onto there, but it makes sense that you'd do that in the middle of the songwriting process. So do you prefer the songwriting elements to peek into the storyboard, or do you keep the production elements only within the storyboard and keep that kind of thing separate?
Well, I haven't, let me think. So I guess the first part is I definitely try to keep I wouldn't do the storyboard until the songwriting is done, so I like really, those are like, we're just following the song, the song is leading the way. Well, the song is leading the way the whole time. I try to think of songs like kids, and it's like, not, I don't have kids, but I know I've heard people talk about it a lot. It's like you don't know who your kid is until they sort of reveal themselves, and you could guess, but you'll probably be wrong. It's just like my parents being like, the kid wants to play bagpipes. They didn't. Who knew? So I feel like songs are like this kind of same energy where it's like, okay, we're getting to know what this thing likes and doesn't like, what it wants and doesn't want, like a person. And so I want to kind of know that person, that song person fully, before I would make a storyboard. And therefore, before I would really start making production decisions, I really want to like have that being, even if it's not like a like archived being. It could just be that memo. Maybe it's not even a memo yet, but like at whatever point I feel like I know who this person might be, then I can start to sort of follow where that goes, and I have a sort of like ability to sort of say like, is this a good direction? Because anybody who produces music now, it's like you can take anything in any direction at any time. Like the sound world is like your oyster, anybody's oyster at this point. There's just more sounds in the world than we could ever filter through, and more samples we could make, sample libraries we could listen to, like synth patches we could make, there's infinite. So I have to have like a reason, for why this versus that. So yeah, it's song, 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 song. And then once there's some clarity there, then I can start to make some production decisions, and the storyboard in the case of Tightrope was like one of the more like explicit, like I actually did that, probably wrote it out. I like got the whole narrative, and like before I did any sounds, oftentimes I'm thinking the narrative in my head and I'm making the sounds at the same time. I'm not like so explicitly like making a storyboard and then doing it, but I've done that since now because it was a cool process, but it doesn't feel like every song needs that, and I think it creates a different result. Like that song felt like it needed to be very three-dimensional, like you're going through this process like on a cinematic conveyor belt or something. And so like I felt like I needed that really clear, what's the next environment we're in after the previous environment, to make the feeling like that. So I don't know, does that answer your question?
No, it definitely does. And each song being its own environment, and each kind of record is raising a child. You approach it with an innocence, as you said, getting to know it. And in terms of the palette you chose, each instrument to create that environment, did you end up honing anything or taking anything away, or even adding on more to make it a palette shared across tracks as a project? Or did you do it, simply by song after song after song, like the dulcimer samples on Tightrope, or any of the distorted microphones you were using on Lost in Translation?
I sometimes on records am very conceptual with things being the same or having like a really common palette. This record, I had less specific, like it's going to be these sounds or it's going to be these instruments. And it was more, I was definitely thinking in terms of like, okay, one of the main palettes is going to be a lot of Antoine voices. I want there to be a lot of Antoine voices on everything kind of all the time. So that's going to be a big thing going across. I knew I wanted there to be a primarily an almost entirely not synth driven palette. So everything is made from a real sound source. There's like maybe 2 little synth moments that happen on the whole record. There's no synths basically on it. And I knew I wanted it to have this kind of organic, earthy, because I like to think of like people I work with. It's like, well, what do I think of when I think of Antoine's voice? And I don't think of like a really like technological, like glistening, like shiny thing. It's like really earthy and soulful, and it's got this just like I don't know, just that earthiness. It's like it didn't feel like it'd be a great representation of all these shiny synths. You know what I mean? So I needed that kind of analog, organic material. So like things like that, I was thinking like I want that to be a through line through it. I definitely wanted to like harken back to some like, sort of classic Motown Stax type records. So like the horn arrangements and the string arrangements and that stuff. Definitely wanted to like tip the hat, to that era, but like bring it into a kind of a new context. I knew I wanted there to be really pronounced themes. So I wanted there to just be like this kind of main instrumental, whatever the instrumental theme is, it needed to be like super clear, just the clearest thing possible. So it's like do 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 do, like I wanted things to be like that. I don't know, like crystaller almost, where it's like there's no fluff around that theme. It's just like boom, that's what it is, and then the whole thing kind of makes it interesting, or the chord figure in Speed of Night, the little stab chord figure that everything is built around, the single note piano on Tightrope. I just wanted those like really clear themes to build the whole massive Antoine orchestras and all the instruments around, so yeah.
I love how you refer to it as the ANTWAUN orchestras.
It's what it is.
It definitely shows you've used the earthiness of his voice to convey everything else. The organic sensibility came through beautifully. But when handling so many different variations or orchestras of Antoine, how do you know when to bring out or run something through a different mic? Is it like a Harry Potter and the wand shop going to what calls to you, or do you only get those thoughts as a part of the narrative of the song you're trying to serve?
Well, a lot of the times when I'm arranging vocals, I will have the sound in my mind as part of the arrangement. So the arrangement and the sound often work for me. Like arranging and producing they're kind of the same. They're the same thing for me. So it's like the sound, the notes, all of it kind of comes to me in the sort of same message or whatever. So, like different sounds and different qualities. Like, I mean, as like the TV I used, like you mentioned, like, when Antoine is recording, also like it's contrast, when you have so many vocals going on, if you have this lead vocal and you have a riffing vocal and you have background vocals and you have these harmony vocals over there and you have these like vocals, and like there has to be something different about them. Otherwise it's just like, bleh, it's like voices can't tell what's going on. So I'm creating like, I'm thinking of visually, it's like, okay, this is going to be in black and white, this is going to be in color, this is going to be close, this is going to be far, this is going to be red, this is going to be blue. Like, just how do we get our sort of sonic eyes to be able to keep track of all these different things? So if something is bounced to the TV, it sounds really different than like a clean, lead microphone. So it can be ways to just sort of help keep the arrangement feeling clear, and also like give life to the different characters that these things are. So yeah, like kind of like a filtered TV crunchy vocal sound always has like a nostalgic feel to it, so when to employ senses of nostalgia versus something that feels futuristic. And, obviously it comes down to like taste, and who knows where these ideas come from, but in terms of throwing stuff away, I do like try a lot of things and ditch them, so I remember I bounced like one vocal arrangement to a old tape, like a Tascam tape thing, didn't like it, that happens all the time. So yeah, also with arrangements and parts, like I throw away more than half of what ends up being on the track for sure.
And it makes sense to instill that difference, as you referred to it, the sonic eyes, trying to get the importance of the arrangement itself. And I'm a bit of an audiophile, and there's a huge impact, and all of that shows each of these little individual details you're replacing within the high-res version. I'm really glad you made that a part of the Kickstarter download, but do you feel that you sacrifice a part of, what makes the record an Antoine and Tyler record in downgrading the sound quality? Do you think that kind of gets distorted and we can't differentiate as much?
Well, this is a confusing and sort of wild territory to like try to traverse, which is like audio formats and fidelity and stuff like that. I don't tend to be. I'm like, if people are listening, if people hear it in stereo, I'm happy. That's where I'm at. Like, I feel like when people are listening to it in mono on a Bluetooth speaker and that's the only way they've ever heard it, I feel sad because it's like, well, I made it for a left and a right speaker. That's like how I made it, and I made a lot of decisions based on that format. So mono like is like taking a color movie and just watching it in black and white or something. You're removing a whole aspect of the experience. But past that, MP3, and anything above from FL FLAC to, high res 96K, like the thing you're talking about. It sounds better, when it gets higher fidelity, but you're not missing. I don't feel like, there's nothing missing. Like when I hear these mixes on an MP3, they sound amazing in my studio on my nice ass monitors. The MP3 sounds incredible. If people could hear that, it's more about the speaker and the headphones than it really is about the audio format and the room, of course. Like those are the things that have the hugest impact. Because at this point, we're not like downloading like 128 Napster MP3s. Like everything is pretty much, a decent quality MP3. And at that point, what ends up happening with the music quality difference is it's there, but I don't have a feeling of like people are missing the experience. They're getting the experience. Just please listen to it in stereo. That's all I want. Just stereo.
It definitely makes sense. I mean, going along with what you were saying, the stereo versus mono difference is like the landscape or a piece of paper.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's just like, oh man, I wish people could all hear it in stereo.
So I mean, you're very humble about the process and saying, all I need is the stereo to make sure that the narrative comes through or that any particular aspect of the song, it doesn't get stripped away. But how do you feel about streaming services kind of popularizing lower and lower audio quality? Has it impacted the kind of choices that you've wanted to make previously, or do you think that everything's still kind of the same and you're just trying to fight it in case they default to something low?
Well, yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I guess I haven't really had an issue with the audio quality of the streaming services so far, just the baseline. I mean, there is the thing that's has been more of a game changer for me and the people I know in this work is just the fact that they're applying auto leveling to it without telling people, which changes a lot on the side of making records. If Spotify is going to turn mixes down or up based on an algorithm and not tell listeners that they're doing that, that changes a lot of things, and it's unfortunate to have to deal with that. And you have to make decisions and you're going to lose. There's no win-win on those decisions, unfortunately. It's either you're going to have your mix or master sound the way you want it, and that might mean Spotify's going to turn it down, which means it's going to sound kind of low energy compared to these kinds of mixes and masters, or you can make the mix and master not exactly what you want to cater to Spotify's algorithm that will make it louder. There's no win, it's a win-lose one way or the other. So that's been more of a bummer than the quality of the MP3 or AAC or whatever they're using is, for me anyway.
Right, and obviously each artist is kind of working with a different palette, obviously, that you might want to convey. And
yeah.
It is unfortunate that some streaming services don't really talk about what they're able to do. But when you are in control, when you are in the moment, does your preference differ dramatically from artist to artist, or do you always just kind of have that same kind of reserved, please just stereo, that's all I need? Because you've worked with a lot of groups that have different preferences. You've engineered for Wolfpack, and they're very down to earth, lo-fi and grain type things through Wolf Compressor and all of this other stuff. But what about some of the other artists that either you have worked with before or will work with in the future?
I think stereo, I'm probably going to make things for stereo for a long time. I mean, I have a mono button here and I hit it and it sounds like shit. So I don't even want to hear it. It's just like, get me out of there. No mono, please. I mean, Wolf is maybe the most mono friendly of the projects I can think of, because it's like just inherently built into that aesthetic that it can work and not be quite as much as it's like as soon as you get into like creating dimension, and like environments and stuff, which I like to do, you can't do it in mono. It's impossible,
Definitely. All right, well, I think we're able to pivot slightly into some fan questions here. And I kind of want to lead off the first one just because we got it sent in this morning from someone you just might know. We have a question from the Antoine Stanley, and he says, as a producer, on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being the best, how would you rate Antoine on his ability to keep his voice tamed and ready to hit those high notes?
5 out of 5, no doubt about it. 5 out of 5. Antoine is it's ridiculous. There's only one. There's only one Antoine, you know?
So we have a couple questions kind of regarding your room decor, believe it or not. The first one being, how did you come up with the aesthetic for the studio? Because it's very homey, you know?
It's very eclectic.
Totally. Well, I mean, I can't, you know, I don't even know if I had like a vision other than wanting to feel comfortable. You know, I mean, there's a lot of burlap here, and that's just because I had to make, I don't know, 100 sound panels. I don't even know how many there are in here. A lot of sound panels. You know, I have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet, thousands of feet of fabric in here for these sound panels. So burlap is 75 cents a yard. Something costs $3 a yard. It's going to go from being $2,000 worth of fabric to $10,000 worth of fabric really quickly. So I think I just kind of chose the colors and things around the burlap, honestly. And I made this floor. This is like I stained this floor and like really wanted it to feel like earthy tile, and so that kind of matches the burlap. And then it's just like, I mean, tell you what, eclectic. There's all sorts of wild odds and ends down here. It just sort of happens, you know. People bring stuff and leave it. I don't know. It's just happened organically. It's been kind of its own garden that's just kind of doing its own thing. And I'm like, oh yeah, I don't even know. It's just kind of happening, you know. But I can definitely say if it feels comfortable and fun, I like it. And if it feels not like that, then it's a be in here, I guess.
Follow-up question on that. Is it true that your furniture was the set dressing for MSG?
It's true.
How did that happen?
The set designer, Trish, I think. I got an email from Jack. Classic Jack email. No punctuation, lowercase, like maybe one sentence, 2 sentences. Saying like, crazy idea. Set designer wants to use your furniture at Madison Square Garden. Don't worry about it if it's a total pain in the ass. And then like just CC'd her on it. And so yeah, I was like, well, what do you mean? And then she's like, okay, yeah, we would take a moving truck and take everything we possibly can. The rugs, the lamps, the tables, the fabrics, the everything, you know, we possibly can. And so I said, yeah, as long as you put it back exactly where you found it and you give me 2 guest passes to the show, then we'll call it good. So all access, of course. So that was my stipulation. They did it. They came, they picked it up, and they brought it back, and they put everything back like exactly the way it was. Even like the mistakes and the like bad, you know, like things I had been meaning to clean up, they put it back in the like not cleaned up way. So yeah, if you look at the video, you can see it, the rugs, and yeah, it's everything. It's hilarious. These pictures of these things on the mantle. Theo's dad is up there. My dad is right there, and these goofy things from college, and someone. Yeah. Anyway, all sorts of. They brought it all. It was wild.
So, question from me. I kind of want to know what the process behind starting Toolbox was. Like, how did that band come to fruition?
I'll tell you, I was living with a drummer my freshman year of music school, and his dad, who he was from the Czech Republic, and his dad lived in the Czech Republic, and his dad, they knew I had this other Irish band that was like pretty actively gigging already at the time, and this drummer and I wanted to make stuff, and his dad somehow, I just remember him saying, I have a friend who runs a film festival in Moravia, the Czech Republic. Would you guys want to play at the festival? They're doing an Irish theme this year, so like, would you want to put something together? So we said yes, and we spent the summer making music for that. And so that was how Toolbox was formed. Then we called that Toolbox Trio. It was just a duo at the time. And then we came back and said, well, let's add more people. And then we asked Theo to join. We asked bass player Christian Carpenter, who we played with, and then we had Bob Lester, and then we had Michelle Shamuel, and then we had Joey, and then suddenly it was like, well, this is a different band now. Let's call it Miter Disco instead of Toolbox. So Toolbox was made for a gig in Moravia, which was an amazing gig and an incredible experience. What an incredible part of the world. It was so fun. Yeah.
That's honestly amazing. Like I would never guess that it was a total experience-based thing.
Yeah.
Question about, do you have any like stories from your Mightier Disco days that were fun? I know I've hung out with Dave Shaw and I've sat in the studio and like checked out some videos from those days, but like, do you have any favorite memories from those times?
Oh my God. Oof. I mean, Mightier Disco was like such a all-encompassing life thing for me, you know, for many years, formative years, you know, basically from like age 20 to like 20, from age 20 to like 27 maybe, or 26, I can't remember, but like that's like all I did, you know, was Mightier Disco really. So, and we toured a lot. So I mean, oh my God, it's just like the amount of memories and stories and wild things that have happened to us. I mean, it's funny, it's like you said favorite, which is, I mean, so many of our stories are the disaster stories because those are the best stories. But I will say, I think one of my favorite memories was one of our tours that we did a tour to South by Southwest with a Detroit band called The Hard Lessons. And we had just gotten our veggie oil bus that ran on waste vegetable oil and had that all up and running. And we were really excited about it. And we did this like month-long tour. We did a big loop from, you know, Ann Arbor to Austin back and played shows and a ton of shows and basically every day. And in terms of a positive memory, that was like I think when we figured out that we like wanted to do it, you know, and keep doing it, and we just like had a lot of wild experiences on the tour, but we like got through them and we're really bonded. So I mean that tour was like I have a particularly like nostalgic, sweet feeling about that one. That's when we met our manager and all this kind of professional stuff happened for us too. But yeah, but there's a lot of disaster stories. So that'd be one of my favorite positive ones, is that tour. Yeah.
I think one of my personal favorites is the oil spilled inside of the bus, I guess. And you guys it overflowed. And you guys had to bring in some dirt to clean it up.
We were, halfway between Colorado and Kansas in the middle of nowhere in the middle of the night. And Joey started shouting like, whoa, 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 whoa. And we all kind of like woke up and looked down, and there was just all this waste vegetable oil. So like out of the garbage, you know, like the waste, the oil trap that restaurants dump their oil into is like what we were taking. And so the top part wasn't filtered, the part that was in the bus, and it got filtered into the bottom part of the bus where that's what the bus used. So this was the garbage of it. This was like just disgusting, and it was just overflowing and getting on all of our gear and all of our stuff, so we had to pull over. And the cleanup process was quite intense, and we were just in the middle of nowhere. I remember this beautiful, huge, you know, Colorado sky, and we got the idea of taking dirt and shoveling it into the bus to sort of pull up the oil to then be able to get all this oil out of the bus. So yeah, it was an amazing moment to be like, walk on the bus and the bus just looked like a garden. Just like the whole thing covered in dirt, and just being like, how are we here? How is this happening? That story goes on because that ended up having like a wild interaction with the cops, and like the serpentine belt breaking, and then having to get multiple tows, and then sneaking into a hotel room with like 8 people, and then them trying to call the cops, and us leaving our trailer door open. We were on the high. It was a whole time thing. We got to our next gig on time, and we played for 3 people in Kansas that night. We made it to our 3-person audience in Kansas.
That's the way to do it.
One way to do it.
Love those. I love those stories so much, but I will again break off to the fans with their questions. Another question from huge fan Antoine Stanley, who just texted with random life preferences, and there are a few things. So first one being Logic or Cubase?
Cubase for sure.
Salt lamp or lava lamp?
Salt lamp. I'm trendy right now. I'm following the trend.
Hell yeah. Okay, so DaVinci Resolve or Final Cut Pro?
God, Antoine. DaVinci Resolve. He knows the answers to all these.
Okay, and the final one, this one is really pivotal. We had a conversation about this one yesterday. Antoine with a vest or without?
Oh, both, but I mean, Antoine rocks a vest. Like if you rock a vest, I think you roll with that.
Absolutely. I think we're all pro vest here.
Okay, good.
So we have a question from Jenny Jones, who asks, how many songs do you think will be released after Ascension by you and Antoine? Is this it?
Well, a lot. I know that for a fact because Antoine and I are in the midst of working on his solo record right now. So it's just been kind of wild. We're like at the beginning of the process of his record while we're finishing this other record, which has been an interesting like parallel. We're always like talking like, wait, are we doing, is that today? Is that an Ascension thing we're doing today? Or is that an album thing? Like it keeps, because we're doing both. So we have a lot of songs. We literally have 2 albums worth of songs right now for his solo album. So we got a lot of songs coming up for sure.
Ooh, is that the only thing on your radar right now, or are you keeping busy elsewhere?
Oh, I'm keeping busy. I got a band called The Olam. That's one of my projects that we're putting out a new record, in the process of putting out a new record right now, just finishing that up. I'm producing a record for an artist who's based in Ireland. It's not Irish music. It's like kind of experimental indie soul, I don't even know what you call it, stuff. That's coming out in November, but we're finishing that up right now. Got a really cool track with a violinist. That's like a really cosmic world of violins. I don't know how to describe it. Very cool. That's going to be coming out sometime soon. And then my own solo stuff. So.
Ooh, can you tell any more about that?
Don't know what it is yet.
Well, I'm excited that we're branching out further into the Tyler Duncan cinematic universe. So stoked to hear whatever's coming out. Some other fan questions. What's your favorite off the EP?
Oh man, it's like saying what's your favorite kid? That hurts, I like them all so much for different reasons. I think it's like kind of depends on what mood I'm in, like I wouldn't want to put the intro track on to like play at a dance party. I think Speed of Night is a great dance party tune. I feel like, I don't know. I love them all. Right now, the tune that sort of like has like a really unique effect for me. It's just a song that I've never heard. Like, so I've never heard anything like it. Is Tightrope. It's just a very unique combination of things that I've never heard, and I don't even know how it happened, but it did. And it's just sort of like that's its own thing. I don't know what it is, but it's its own thing, and that's always cool when that happens. So, but yeah, favorites. Favorite's a hard word, isn't it?
It really is, and I hate to make you pick between your babies.
Yeah.
One that just came in regards to your solo stuff, do you happen to have a particular style or genre in mind?
That's a great question. My solo stuff. I mean, I'm gonna be releasing probably a lot of different kinds of stuff because I want to keep stretching, and I think I'm hoping that at some point, if I'm gonna be honest, I'm hoping at some point that I will eventually settle on maybe something.
Yeah.
Would be cool because then I would keep doing that thing. But right now I'm just not limiting myself. So I put out a string quartet. That was my first solo track. I didn't think I was going to write a string quartet. I thought I was going to maybe make some techno or something. And I ended up writing this like string quartet. So I have this like, I'm kind of doing some classical-y stuff right now. I'm going to release it, and then I'm probably going to release some like more electronic stuff and sort of dabble around with that. And we're going to see, it's going to be a no holds barred. I'm not going to try to make something to fit a brand. I'm just going to like put it all out and then let that organically see if that settles somewhere. Or maybe I'll make a name for each sort of like, this is Tyler's electro kind of name, and this is Tyler's like classical chamber stuff he likes to do name. We'll see. Or maybe that'll be my name and everybody will be confused. I don't know. We'll see.
That's the way to do it.
Hey.
All right. So we're gonna pass it over to Fan Link, who has a question.
How's it going, Tyler?
Hey.
So I hope it's okay if I do this, but I'm really curious. I actually have a really quick question before my real question, just because you mentioned Serpentine Belt. And I'm just curious, just because it's funny, I'm wearing my Modern Johnny shirt, and there's that one line, in 100 years from now, was that inspired by that story?
It probably was. It probably was. Yeah.
Cool. That's like the only other time in my life I've ever heard the term Serpentine Belt.
Yeah, right. Nope, totally. Serpentine belt. Our serpentine belt broke, and we learned that your vehicle does not drive if it doesn't have a serpentine belt. It just stops. That was it. Just burp. Yep.
Well, thanks for that one. But my real
I never
question.
connected that, by the way.
Oh, really?
No.
It's the only other place I've ever heard that term.
Totally. Good call.
But yeah, what I wanted to ask you, Tyler, if you could do absolutely anything musically or creatively, like money, logistics, nothing is any sort of limiting factor or obstacle, what would you do?
Honestly, I am feel so lucky that I'm pretty close to I'm already close to doing that right now, which is there'd be a few tweaks, I mean, all I want to do is just be in a space where I can make good sounds and have a nice piano and some nice other instruments, some nice mics, and I want to have the time and the bandwidth to dedicate 4 to 6 hours a day of pure creative time, not admin, not promotion, nothing, just creative time, and to collaborate with people in that sort of lifestyle context that I want to collaborate with, and to have that fuel the ability to continue to do it the next day and the next day and the next day. And I'm really lucky because that's basically what I do now. The only thing is I have to do more admin or more, there's things that I have to do where I'm I can't do any of my creative stuff today, but hopefully I can kind of figure out a way to offload that more and more and more. So it'd basically be I'd pay somebody to do all of my other work so I could just have my little playtime, every day, my 4 to 6 hours. And that's kind of it though. I mean, I love composing music, and I love doing it on my own. I love collaborating with people. And if I'm doing that, I'm really happy, and as long as I can get above, if I can make more than I spend, then I'm happy,
All right.
That's so cool. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
What a blessing that you're getting to live it, man. That's the dream, right?
For now, I see you got some cool gear, so looks like you got some stuff going on. That's fun.
I'm actually switching. I've been in the Army for 12 years as an Arabic linguist, and I'm actually switching into the Army band next year as a production engineer.
Amazing.
So trying to follow in the footsteps that you've so beautifully and graciously set for us.
Oh my gosh, and you speak Arabic. Wow, holy moly. Great. Well, I would want to interview you, but for another time.
Another time. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for being here, man.
Thank you so much. All right. I've got some follow-up questions to that, actually. You mentioned that specific isolated time to stay creative, and we've had an opportunity to talk to a few other people in this kind of Wolf sphere, Wolf fam, Wolf adjacency. That especially Corey kind of shares your sentiment of just keeping your process isolated to a creative or compositional element, not trying to specifically make it to any particular brand or anything like that. Is that what keeps your process so pure from artist to artist?
I think that's what keeps a process pure ever, You have to the creative process is the challenge with the creative process is you have to relinquish all control and all understanding and all your goals, we want, and that's what really gets challenging is usually if you're being creative, you have a goal of something happening. And the great catch-22 is the more goal-oriented you are with creativity, the less creativity wants to come out and say hi. It's sort of ooh, it doesn't like goals. So I think you have to you can't, you just, as much as you can put away the stuff that just tells the creativity where it needs to go before it even happens. You have to let the creativity lead the way. And so it's always a real big letting go challenge. And the War of Art talks about this, which is like just the fact that it's always a daily challenge to let go. Like it's never easy to let go, and it doesn't get easier. And the more you do it, doesn't mean it gets any easier. Often it gets harder, but if it doesn't get harder, at least it doesn't get easier. It's going to always be hard to let go, and the way that you will find your most creative work. And so, yeah, I think, if you're writing for a brand, or if you're really trying to like calculate these things before the creative process has had its full time, you might make something, but it's probably not going to be your, probably not going to be your most creative work. Or you might have what they call writer's block, which is when you when you start creating goals that are more important than the creative process. That is what writer's block is. So yeah, it's the pure process. No matter, it's the only way to have a true creative process. Yeah.
Yeah, and it certainly makes sense keeping it pure, not just from the different artists that you're working with, but also working with yourself. And as you get ready to do this solo stuff, you've obviously worked with yourself for a long time, and you've had this ability to understand and appreciate the core elements of each artist. You mentioned Antoine's earthiness and the way his voice really can cut through. And what do you view your core element to be right now that you want to showcase when the solo work comes around? Or do you view that it's, it's going to be branching off in a lot of different ways?
It's a great question. I feel like I can confidently say that I want the music that I will make to have a sort of through line of just feeling like, like some kind of refuge. I want the music I make to be an emotional place of refuge for people, and that could be a lot of things. It could be a refuge for grief. It could be a refuge for, loss and those feelings. It could be a refuge for joy and celebration, but I want it to be a place that fully wraps the person up with every tool that I have, sonically, emotionally, lyrically, all the things that just wraps someone up into a fully immersive emotional environment that they feel like transports them somewhere. It's kind of vague, but that's,
it worked.
Yeah.
It works. It makes sense. Yeah. Thank you so much.
We have just 2 more questions, and then we will send you on your way.
Okay.
Thank you again so much for your time. We have another question from Jenny Jones, who asks, aside from the projects mentioned, how many projects or songs remain unfinished but you still have hope for? Do you believe you can resurrect them? Do you think they will evolve because of the different season you will be in?
Oh, great question, Jenny. Jenny's a dear friend, by the way. So that's always a hard thing. I think anybody who's a composer, a creator knows that like you're gonna have more ideas than you're gonna ever be able to finish, and so it's a challenge to know which ideas are worth sticking with. So I think there's gonna be some unfinished songs from the past that I think will make the cut, and it's always a challenge for me to know whether it's better to spend my time finishing something or starting something new. So this is a perpetual question I have every day, which is why it's such a great question and so hard to answer. I have so many unfinished songs, like so many, just not even like voice memo diddlies, but also like halfway done in the production things, like so many, and a lot of them aren't going to get done. And I'm thinking about that now, like which ones are worth it. So I don't know. I would guess that maybe 10% will survive, maybe 15%, something like that. Yeah.
At least they'll see the light of day,
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, because at a certain point, it's like, I mean, I love that idea. I've always loved it. And at the same time, I'm a different person, and I think it might be better for me to spend my time making music from where I am now, and just having to say goodbye to that idea. There's gonna be a lot of that.
So one question we have for all of our guests at this festival, which happens to be summer camp themed,
Fun.
is what was your favorite summer memory, like throughout your life? Do you have one?
Whole summer?
Any summer.
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, I have a lot of great summer memories, so it's hard to pick one. But I mean, I had a great, thinking of the Wolf thing. Theo and I went to a wedding of who was a friend, Bob Lester, who was in Minor Disco. He had a wedding in France, and we did this epic 2-week trip to France. That was like one for the history books for us. It was just unbelievable. Joe Dart too. Joe Dart was there. So in terms of like a Wolf scene adjacent memory, like that was an incredible summer memory, spending 2 weeks in Paris and also in this like chateau, like in 3 hours in the countryside of France, like in a little tiny village where the wedding was, and like all staying there. The village had like a baguette vending machine. You literally put in like a thing in a baguette, whole baguette came out. All sorts of incredible adventures happened. So yeah, that would be one top summer memory.
I love that. Well, Tyler, thank you so much. This meant the world to me personally. Like, check it out. I'm a total diehard.
You have the original first EP. Oh my God.
I do. So this was a very, very special moment for me. Wow. I know everyone was so stoked to have you on board. You've been such a doll. Thank you. You're welcome back anytime.
This has been so fun. I'm so happy to be here. It's been a total pleasure.
Thank you so much again. So everyone, thank you for being here. Let's get another virtual round of applause for the Tyler Duncan.
Yes, round of virtual applause, please.
That's fun.
Can't wait for when this airs live. Camp Lonely Town, Saturday, August 21st. Very excited to share this with the world.
Awesome. Likewise, I'm excited to share it too. Thanks for putting together such an awesome thing, and I'm really glad to be a part of it.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ascension EP is out everywhere to stream and buy. Antoine Stanley, Tyler Duncan. Tyler, you and Antoine have been so generous with your time and, with your openness with the community throughout, beyond just this single interview. So thank you so much for being the extremely kind people that you are, and we look forward to the solo record in the future, the next full-length Antoine LP, and everything else down the line.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Really Have an amazing day. Thank you so much.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
But every time we kiss, I feel it in my soul. Is it wrong to give in to that simply casual physical? And every time we touch, my body's saying, yeah, I want it so much. Let's put the talking on hold to that simply casual physical.
how the world moves fast. Let's still our hearts, our minds, our hands. Making love, we try to make it last. Moments spent trying fall through our grasp. We feel joy and want to make it last. Moments spent trying already past. Teacher, show me the way. Teach me how to celebrate. We all let go of our balloons. Let's watch them float away from me and you. Making love, we try to make it last. Moments spent trying fall through our grass. We feel joy and want to make it last. Moments spent trying already past. $500 years it watched a tower clock reminded us in every time it struck that there's no moment that belongs to us. Making love, we try to make it last. Moments spent trying fall through our grasp. We feel joy and want to make it last. Moments spent trying already past.
Hi there, my name is Rachel Mazer. Thank you so much, Lonely Town, for having me again. I'm really happy to be doing this. That song is called Bjorn, and I'm releasing a new EP soon, and that's on the EP. Alrighty. Okay, this next song is called Letting Go. I think I played this last time. I'm wasted, I'm tired, this heat got me feeling like a child, attention in the daylight. These changes, don't want it, I keep I'm reading, I'm writing, taking chances, and starting fires aflame lit inside of me. Its shadows has brightness and it's blinding. I'm struggling to see the ground that lays ahead of me. I keep holding on to what could have been, letting go of what actually happened. Holding on to what could have been, letting go. I keep holding on to what could have been, letting go of what actually happened. Holding on to what could have been, letting go. Sorry, I had to turn on and off my camera for a second because I realized that it was not on airplane mode, and I get a million robocalls a day, and if someone calls me, then the video would stop. So, alrighty. So this next song is called Out of Reach, and it is about unattainable love. Yeah, and it is on a new album that I'm currently recording. And we also recorded that last one, Letting Go, as well. So I'm really excited to share it, and it's been really fun to be making a new record. And I'm making this one in Los Angeles, which is where I live. So about 7 minutes away from my apartment. Out of tune. Out of reach, out of tune. Okay. All right. There's something I wanna tell you, little tune change for this one. A little tuning change. This one is gonna be on my new record as well. I haven't recorded it yet. I think it's gonna be called My Mother's Stove. And it's about just capturing the feeling of grief, like nostalgic grief for your childhood. Yeah. My mother's stove. Probably.
A little girl traces floral patterns on a rug. Her fingers touch the outlines, each pink chrysanthemum. Her eyes filled with diamonds, and her heart holds the magic that the old have envy of. She whispers to the flowers, there's a world beneath my mother's stove. Watch when I get old, and I'll be there, counting flowers. There's a place not everyone can see, but it reveals itself to me, and I'll be there, counting flowers. Ooh, ooh. Her mama singing softly as she stirs a metal pot. Dinner's almost ready, the girl's lost in her thoughts. She's dreaming of a faraway land where trees are taller than the mountain tops where children play. She listens to the flowers. There's a world beneath my mother's stove. Watch when I get old, and I'll be there, counting flowers. There's a place not everyone can see, but it reveals itself to me, and I'll be there, counting flowers. Whoa, ooh, ooh. A little girl traces floral patterns on a rug. Her fingers touch the outlines, each pink chrysanthemum.
Yeah. Okay. Here's another new one. I don't think I played this last time as well. It's called The Wind. Yeah, and I wrote this about a year ago. Oh, gonna tune that. Hope everyone is staying healthy, taking care of themselves. Still, yeah, just such a crazy time right now. I've been feeling just overwhelming grief on a personal and global scale, and I just hope you're all being really gentle with yourself and feeling what's coming up. This is not easy times, even as things are starting to open up. So yeah, this one is called The Wind. I was a sailor in a past life. Out to sea, I'd see everything, and we lived to live free. And I go wherever the wind will carry me. I am floating, a little leaf, once rooted in a home, learning to live for the journey. And I go wherever the wind will carry me. It's hard to know how to begin when you run into a dead end. And I wanna feel alive again, moving forward with the wind. I can feel you, an ocean breeze, send shivers down my skin. The cool air is hard to breathe, and I go wherever the wind, and I go wherever the wind, and I go wherever the wind will carry me. That one will also be on my new record as well. Okay. Let's do. This song was on my record. I'm actually going to use this guitar instead. I live in a really cool house. My landlord has a bunch of, actually I don't know if I'm allowed to share that, but he has some cool guitars and he lets me use them. It's fun. Some LA shit. Okay, so this next song I'm gonna do is called If Only. This is out, this was on my first record, so this is, you can stream this. And it's about the grief, just a grief process, about my brother who died from cancer. And yeah, I feel really, haven't played this one in a really long time, so. It's lonely to lie awake at night and think if only holding you closely. I lie awake and cry, missing you hold me. If only, if time could bring you back to me, I'd stop the clocks to keep you living. Everything you'd grow to be, you'd have the time. It's lonely to mend a broken heart, a life with only, if only, while I'm chasing your voice and song around me are erasing. Memories fade. If time could bring you back to me, I'd stop the clocks to keep you living. Instead of taking you from me, you'd have the time. I lie awake, wishing how things would change if you could stay till I awake and watch the seasons change. I think I'm breaking. The world around me falls into its making, and we're left displaced. It's getting old to dream about the past. Are we wasting? Life won't be waiting. If time could bring you back to me, I'd stop the clocks to keep you living instead of taking you from me. From me, you'd have the time if only. Oh, in the feels. In them. Well, I think this is my last song. This is another one from my first record, and it's called Is It So Wrong? Gonna end on a flirty note. Just wanna keep it flirty. Alrighty, thank you again, Lonely Town. Nothing to plug except, well, I guess, yeah, EP's coming out. I'm making a new record. I'll hopefully be playing some shows pretty soon and seeing y'all. So, alrighty, Is It So Wrong? In the moment that we met, I didn't know you were taken. But when we shared a cigarette, I wanted to make something happen. Ooh, oh, I made my way towards you, try to talk to you about your life and your scene. Well, I got a question for you. When did asking ever set a person free? Is it so wrong that I let you know? Is it so wrong that I let it show? I want you so bad, I can't let it go. Is it so wrong that I let you know? And I coming off too strong. Well, I wasn't raised to be weak. I think that we could get along. So why not try to make something happen? Ooh, oh, I put my arms around you just to see if our shoulders were in sync. I buy the beer for you. You don't have to be single to drink. Is it so wrong that I let you know? Is it so wrong that I let it show? I want you so bad, I can't let it go. Is it so wrong? Is it so wrong that I let you know? Is it so wrong? Is it so wrong? Singing this song, singing this song. Is it so wrong? Is it so wrong? Singing this song, singing this song. let you know. Is it so wrong that I let it show? I want you so bad, I can't let it go. Is it so wrong? Is it so wrong that I let you know? Thanks, Lonely Town. My name is Rachel Mazer. Hope everyone has a great rest of their evening.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Joey GENETTI. I got the honor of playing a couple songs for y'all today. I just released an album, and I'm playing songs off of that album, so if you like what you hear, please go and check it out. Definitely would appreciate it. I think I'm going to start with a song called Out of Your Mind. Two good friends of mine worked on this track with me. Brian Green, incredible producer, artist, guitarist, and Sam Wilkes, also an incredible artist, producer, bassist. Really proud of how that version came out on the album. Today, I get to do something a little different. I'm doing some stripped down versions of each of these songs and just kind of getting a little bit more vulnerable and opening them up on the piano, which is kind of where music all began for me, so this is pretty special. Hope you like it.
I woke up this morning and new pages were turning in my mind, 'cause you and I gotta find some peace of mind. Put it out in your mind. Sometimes I get that feeling like nothing's real, I'm dreaming. I know now that somehow we gotta get out of this dead town. Put it out of your mind. Oh, when I see that looking down in your troubled eyes, put it out of your mind. Put it out of your mind. 'Cause girl, I'll never leave you, so stop thinking evil. Put it out of your mind, mind. Oh girl, put it out of your mind. Ooh, put it out of your mind, mind. Oh girl, put it out of your mind. Ooh. I gotta just keep swimming, but her face face keeps me grinning all the time, but I know I gotta leave, I won't survive. Put it out in mind. Whoa, sometimes I get that feeling. Ooh, nothing's real, I'm dreaming. I know now that somehow we gotta get out of this dead town. Put it out of your mind. Oh, when I see that looking down in your troubled eyes, put it out of your mind. Put it out of your mind. 'Cause girl, I'll never leave you. Don't start thinking evil. Put it out of your mind, mind. Oh girl, put it out of your mind. Ooh, put it out of your mind, mind. Oh girl, put it out of your mind. Ooh, put it out of your mind. When I see that looking down in your troubled eyes, put it out of your mind. 'Cause girl, I'll never leave you, so stop thinking evil. Oh, stop thinking evil. Stop thinking evil. Stop thinking evil. Oh, put it out of your mind. Oh, when I see that looking down in your troubled eyes, put it out of your mind. Ooh, 'cause girl, I'll never leave you, so stop thinking evil. Put it out of your mind, mind. Oh girl, put it out of your mind. Ooh, put it out of your mind, mind. Oh girl, put it out of your mind. Ooh, put it out of your mind. Oh, put it out of your mind. Oh girl, put it out of your mind. Oh girl, put it out of your mind. Ooh. Ooh, girl, put it out of your mind. Ooh, put it out of your mind. Put it out of your mind. Girl, put it out of your mind. Girl, put it out of your mind. Ooh.
Phone died, but we're back. This next song is called Bougainvillea Taxi. Had some incredible people play a little bit on it. Daniel Aged on bass, Brian Green on guitar. The song means a lot to me. It's kind of like a little like keep going song, but also just like accepting reality You know, when I first moved to LA, I was driving for Lyft and just trying to do whatever I could to survive before I was able to do music. And yeah, it's just like can beat up your soul a little bit. So this to me was just a song that preserves that moment in time and allows me to never forget where we come from.
Everything
taxi cab. Yeah, so I'm tired of the taxi cab, and I'm going fast, yeah. Oh, I'm going so fast. Oh, mama, I'm going so fast 'cause of you.
All right. I'm just alone here in my house. I bought a ring light. I never thought I'd say those words. Self-taping. Just one more thing us musicians have to get good at now. This next song is an oldie, but it's kind of new as well. It's off the new album, but I wrote this a little while back now. It's definitely a favorite of people who know my music. This one is called Save Me.
Take my time and use it well. Beyond these rhymes, my words do tell. There once stood a man, all noble and good, but a tyrant remained, all dirty and stood from the flames. All of your word bounds off of my soul, 'cause we have all heard those lies before, don't you know? Someone save, oh save me. So style and grace consume my mind, lost in thought. What a petty crime, 'cause I knew a girl so cold she was cool, who made me a man, who made me a fool. Yeah. You took all the love I gave her and sold it away for drugs and a purse. What a waste. Oh, someone save, oh save me. Someone save me. All my sins have reckoned
Thank you so much, guys, for coming out, tuning in. I'd love to hear what you all think. Hit me up in the DMs. Look out for the other awesome artists on the bill, and help us keep music alive. Thank you.
Birds of a feather, we rock together. And if we got a problem, we talk together. So let's head down south, escape the bad weather. The rain came through my treetop and washed away so many things. Things I couldn't learn till I went through. Things I didn't know till I met you. Now I'm learning the hard way. Learning the hard way. Learning the hard way to be true. Now I'm learning the hard way. Birds of a feather, we rock together. And if we got a problem, we talk together. Oh, hey, down south, escape the bad weather. Say, birds of a feather together, rock together. Birds of a rock together, toss together. Down south, escape the bad weather. The wind came through my treetop. Blew away so many things. Harder than the breeze on which we once flew. Farther from the tree where I met you. So I'm learning the hard way. Learning the hard way. Learning the hard way to be true. Now I'm learning the hard way. Birds of a feather, we rock together. If we got a problem, talk together. Let's head down south, escape the bad weather. Birds of a feather, we rock together. If we got a problem, talk together. Let's head down south, escape the bad weather.
At the speed of light, get up, follow the flashing light. Get up, fly at the speed of light. Get up, past the horizon line. Get up, fly at the speed of light. A rocket on a crowded floor.
All right.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hey, can you hear me, guys? What's going on?
We can hear you loud and clear. You look great too, man.
It's so good to be here, man. Thank you guys for having me. Everybody's looking all good. How everybody out there?
Hello, hello.
Yeah, brief hello to everybody in the Zoom with us, and hello in advance to everybody watching during the premiere of Camp Lonely Town. We're going to be recording this to air on that beautiful Saturday in August. I believe it's August 21st. And seriously, Antoine, thank you so much again for taking the time to hang out with us. You know, you and Tyler have both been so generous.
Man, I really appreciate you guys having me here. I feel like it's crazy because I don't have a lot of original music out there that's coming from me. So it feels so insane to release, something like this. And yeah, I'm just really happy that as many people have just kind of lent an ear to it and just showed support. I think it's I feel like as an artist, everybody has something to give, and so I'm just humbled to be able to share just what I feel like the world could use. And so yeah, anyway, thanks.
Yeah, we're humbled to share the time with you, and we're really glad you guys met your $1 Kickstarter goal. Just pass that by a little bit. And, you know, everybody in the fan base thought that you were going to come out with something. You know, we saw the release cycle starting with the ANTWAUN Vault, and then your feature on the Corey and the Wong Notes episode, and here we are with Ascension. You know, it's what, 3 days old, 4 days old now?
Yeah, it's about I guess about that, but it's not. It's still pretty fresh. Yeah, shout out to Jay Stratton, you know, with the $1, you know. That's not an original thought. That's not an original thought. No, yeah, it's so crazy. The project hasn't been out that long, you know, but people are, you know, discovering it, and yeah, we met our goal, you know. That's always something to be grateful for.
Yes, absolutely.
Low bar, right? Low bar. No,
right.
but no, it was cool. You know, you never know, you know, who it's going to give, or you know, really where the project will go. You just kind of put it out there, and you're like, okay, you know, whoever is, you know, willing and ready to you know, just to sacrifice whatever they have. And yeah, so I'm just really grateful that people thought enough to, you know, invest in it, and we'll see how, you know, where things lead. But in the meantime, my hope is that people will enjoy them, you know, take in the music, and yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So stoked. How are you?
I'm well. How are you? It's so good to see you.
I'm doing good. It's fantastic to see you. It's been years at this point.
No, it really has. It's been really quite the ride for all of us. You know, I was in LA. I'm in Michigan now, but I was in LA just before the pandemic really hit, and I went on a tour with Scary Pockets. We did an East Coast tour, and then there were just like a few cities, and then we went to Japan, and we were there for just like about a week, and we did 2 shows. We did one show in Osaka, we did one show in Tokyo, and it was interesting because, you know, people, of course, were, you know, had on their masks and whatnot, and yeah, it was a little different, but we went through, and the shows, you know, they sold pretty well. People came out, and after the shows, we were able to talk with folks and, you know, engage with them. So it was, you know, it was cool. But then, you know, once we arrived back to LA, yeah, it was just like that gigging calendar started to dry up. It was like, and then I was like, man, okay, I'm gonna chill here in LA for a second. And it was interesting because Theo was out on tour at that time, and, you know, I was at his spot, and he, you know, allowed me to, you know, kind of crash, and I had been there for a while, and yeah, and then it was just like, oh gosh, everything is shutting down, so we'll all have to kind of go and either stay where we were, or you know, go back home. And so I just went back to Michigan, and I was pretty much there for a while. I mean, I've done things here and there with various folks, even, you know, some of the Wolf guys, and so it was cool. But you know, seems like things are picking up a little bit, or maybe a lot here.
Yeah.
And I did my first like big you know, in-person show with the Motet, and that was in Denver at Red Rocks, and so that was cool to be back at Red Rocks. And but I knew that the project was going to be coming eventually, so that's really where my head was. And yeah, so, but I'm doing well, and it's just I can hardly believe that, you know what's happened within the past year and a half or so. It's crazy, but I'm grateful and blessed to be, you know, in the position that I'm in right now. So
absolutely,
we'll see.
Speaking about the Motet and, you know, your performances with them, Bridget actually asked, like, one of our fans here asked if you would be with them for any of the West Coast dates this summer.
Ooh, yeah. So now, well, that gig with the motet, that was it was kind of a one-off thing. I'm not expected to be at any of the future shows, although that I wouldn't, I'm not gonna say things will never happen, right? But
Right, no doors closed, huh?
but I promise you that I'm not lying. I'm not gonna say that I'm gonna be somewhere, and that you're gonna and that I'll see you, because I don't want to make any promises that I can't keep. But it would be cool to do another motet show. That was just kind of a one-off thing, but it was a lot of fun, and great group, fun group, and yeah, thanks for the question.
Definitely. And about with and all this time away from stage with any group that you might perform, or with your own performances, we don't know if we're going to get a tour from you yet. Backing this, we're not going to close any doors on that either. But we were all wondering, did all this time away from the stage change the way you view your live performances, or do you think it's still going to be that little mix of nerves that kind of fade away the moment you hit the stage, or what's the sentiment you want to carry as you get out there and perform for people again?
Yeah. Ooh, that's a really good question. It's well, I have to say, during the pandemic, I was able to kind of hop on and see a lot of live shows, including ones that I've done, and I have to say, it's not always the most gratifying to watch yourself and just critique every single thing. Many times I like to leave that to the commenters, and you'll get some great ones, and maybe some not so great ones, but I think it is important to go back and just kind of see what your vibe is on stage. And it's interesting because right now, a big part of my artistry has been based on collaborations, right? And so people have seen me with various groups. It could be with Corey, it could be with Wolf, it could be with Motet, it could be with Andrew. It's just so I don't think really people have a clear understanding. So what exactly am I to expect from Antoine? And I think that's that's the task at hand for me, is developing that foundation of, okay, who is Antoine, and how do we connect with him? And I think this EP here kind of speaks to that, and it doesn't give a complete picture, of course, but it does allow people to maybe try to understand or see, okay, how do I place Antoine in my head right now? This kind of chips away at the foundation of that, and there's a lot more to go for me. This is just the first project, and but it's one that I'm so proud of, and it showcases kind of a different side of me vocally. I think a lot of people know me more as a little bit of a gritty kind of funk, or maybe not gritty, maybe more just like the really smooth, soulful singer type, and I think this here kind of moves the ball a little bit, and it's more of a pop leaning project, and in some ways it can bring together parts of my sound. But yeah, just to answer your question, I've done a lot of looking at live shows, and I don't know exactly where, what will happen at the next live performance. It's always kind of difficult to anticipate that. And so we'll see. But I feel like you connect with different audiences. You connect differently with many audiences, right? And sometimes you you can be on stage and you're doing a whole lot and the audience is just like, and then sometimes you can, be in front of an audience. It's like, yeah. And you're like, okay. I can only give so much. Right.
Right.
But
and it seems like your energy is the foundation of everything that you've put out there, no matter who it is that you're working with. And, that really came through on this record. This is the most pop sounding we've heard you, and it really fits with your style. You mentioned Tyler bringing out that contemporary energy while anchoring it in those classic instrumentals and vibes, like the horns and the strings, harkening back to Marvin Gaye or MJ or anything like that. And do you feel like this project explores what you've wanted out of that pop sound space, or do you want to keep pushing that? Because this is, of course, the debut. You have so many different ways that you could go with any of the future releases.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, man, that's a really good question. There's so many. I feel like I've been able to do, a wide range of things. I mean, just really kind of runs the gamut. And it was great working with Tyler on this project. To be honest, we got together, we were able to connect and just kind of see what happened. And I think he did an amazing job as a producer, just kind of bringing together a lot of different sounds. Like I said, that it's more of a kind of a pop leaning type thing, but I think it was cool for people to be able to hear me in a slightly different way. And will I push the ball even further? I mean, I might. I feel like if you can do it, or and keyword is you. If you feel you can do it, give it a try. It's just music, right? I mean, I'm not signed to a label. I'm not signed to any, no exclusive company or anything. I feel like, man, it's been really cool to just do it. Wolfpack has been one of my biggest inspirations, because it's, even though it's like it's a specific thing, it's also Wolf has also done many other things, or at least the members, or collaborators like myself have done so many different things. And it's been really cool to, just kind of skirt around so many, the skirt around the periphery, and still go back to, one of the reasons where, why a Wolfpack fan, for example, may love Wolf, right? It's just really cool to be able to do and explore so many different things and then come back to something in particular. For me, as a solo artist, I think it's been so much about exploring the periphery. I don't think that there's one specific thing that people can at the moment identify me by and say, oh, that's how I identify Antoine, right? It's me just kind of having fun. And I think at some point, that will happen. But for now, it's really just about having fun, exploring what my vocals can do. And which is hilarious, me thinking about being in the studio, just kind of going through different sounds, it's just funny, but it's really a lot of fun. And I think as more projects come from me, maybe that will be more tailored, more defined. And we'll see if I define it, or if we'll see if people, the listeners define that. That's always interesting to see, how that happens. But,
right. And with this project, you're a fan of the way that it's structured, because it kind of brings you into this flow, this story. There's a push and pull with the way the interludes weave in and out with, the lyrical tracks. And it gives you this beautiful experience. And I was just curious, what was your intention behind that flow of energy, throughout the album?
That's really cool, man. Yeah, it's it's not. I mean, of course, it's not an extremely long project. It's it's an EP, right? But I feel like, so there was not really like this is not like a concept album, but the thought behind this was keyword ascend or elevate. As when I think of ascension, I think of just being at a higher place, not to be political, with the whole, they go low, they go low, we go high, that type of thing. Not really being political, but just being like, man, how do we as a people work to be the best that we can be? I mean, because we have nowhere else to go. This is it. This is it. For 80 or 90 or however many years you're alive, we're stuck here, right? And so how do we what are the biggest themes in life? For me, um connecting with others, and finding ways to enjoy life, and trying to discover your uncover your potential, just as a person. So those three things for me, are kind of what life is about. And I think I wanted to try to capture that, in the form of an EP, but of course through song, and hopefully that the listener would start someplace and end in a different one. So I had suggested to Tyler, I was like, man, because we were listening to the songs when they were finally, or when they were nearing completion. And I was like, man, you know what? It'd be cool to maybe bookend this EP with, like a start, finish, maybe something in the middle. Just something like a through line to kind of carry them from the beginning to the end. And yeah, I was like, it'd be cool to have some kind of an intro that is not necessarily a full out song, but something that kind of prepares the listener for what's about to hit them, especially with Speed of Night, it's just like, oh, okay, whoa, where did this come from? And so I think it was, my thought was that it would have been really cool to have something that kind of prepares the ear for that. And so you hear this this amalgamation of just sounds and voices. And I was having it was a bit challenging time to trying to figure out, okay, what exactly, how do I want that to sound? So Tyler had suggested some options, and he had sent me a file and doing something like that. And I was like, that's it. Let's do it. Let's do it. And so we went in, and he had like these parts that were, recorded at various times. And yeah, it was really, really cool how, I was able to kind of go in and lay that down. And that's how it was for the end as well. Now for the middle part, Jeremy Kittle, an amazing string player, came in and played, what you're hearing there with strings. And that there was to kind of prepare for Tightrope, which is the kind of like, or the second last track, but it's that kind of like power ballad type of thing, And so I thought it was really cool. We both thought it would be a really cool lead in into that track. And so yeah, but when you think of when people listen to the music, yes, I would love for people to listen to the individual tracks, but I think listening to the EP from beginning to end is really the experience that I want people to have. And the things taking away from that is appreciating the beauty of life, working together as people. And lastly, just, tapping in to and reaching your own, potential. That's what life really is about when it comes down to it. And so, yeah.
I think the sentiment behind making the music as universal as possible and connecting with one another is a part of, trying to, reach this ascension, as you were talking about, not to make it some big conceptual thing, but, to reach a higher place in the middle of, enjoying the music. I think that really came out through this. Do you think that it was a mix of your influences from like the classical side on the interludes, the more choral aspects of the layering and the builds, to then, punch in, as you said, with the deep pocket stuff on stuff like Speed of Night? Do you think that was trying to make it more universal to other audiences and stuff like that, and making it rooted in that pocket?
Yeah, that's a really cool question. I think before I get to that question, I should also add that Ascension also has a great deal to do with me as an artist and stepping out, because as I said before, this is the first time that I have released, like near solo music in a very long time. I released a gospel project many years ago. I say that like maybe like I'm an 80-year-old man, but I mean I feel like it. No, I'm just I no I. It's been a long time since I've released music, and the last time I released music, it was a completely different thing, and yeah, and so Ascension for me was also just about stepping out and like here I am and saying singing in the track, you got what it takes, you gotta make it, you got what it takes, got what it takes. Oh, that was really for me. It's just like I need to inspire myself because I I uh sometimes have to give myself that pep talk, like, hey, look, you can do this, and I've got a lot of good people around me, friends and fam, who are like, hey, look, go for what we believe in you and all that good stuff. And so that was me, kind of ascending and rising above that train of thought that, oh man, I'm not gonna ever get this done. So that was also another thing to add about what Ascension is. And but your question, I think, I'm sorry, I I digressed, but I believe your question had to do with influences, right? So I met a lot of the Wolf guys, and I say the Wolf guys, I mean, it makes sense why, right? And so a lot of us met at University of Michigan, and have ties to the music school. And so I studied a little bit of classical music when I was in high school. Then I went and studied a lot more of it at U of M. And of course, Tyler and I met in that same kind of like scene. And it will come to find out we have a lot of very similar influences, whether classical or gospel or pop or whatever. And so some of the things that you hear in the record, you may hear something that may be very reminiscent of Debussy or up from like Debussy all the way to like I don't know, Lauryn Hill or MJ or the influences really kind of run the gamut. And that was a fun thing about this project. You mentioned like the MJ horns, or with the way that I sang some of the lines, even especially in Tightrope. For me, I kind of think I was thinking of Sam Cooke, or I'm trying to think with the whole choral, thing happening. I was in university choir, and so it's I did a stint with an a cappella choir or a cappella group at U of M, and U of M had like maybe too many at that time, when I was there, but it was just really fun. And so when you listen to the project, you do kind of get this feel like, man, there's so many things going here, for like from the classical feel to like this contemporary pop feel. Yeah. And so we were hoping that people kind of take that away. Like I said, this project was just it kind of lays the foundation for a lot for me as an artist, right? And yeah, sometimes it just kind of goes a little far and beyond what people may think when they initially just kind of hear that, like, look, I just want to, can I hear a good song? That's all I want to hear is a good song. I don't want to think of, or think too hard about, who, who, who you were probably thinking of when you made it and all. I just want to hear a good song. That's all. But for me, this project just kind of means so much more than just trying to make a good song, So
yeah, I think it's beautiful how you went from balance and being in all these different choral groups in U of M and being in Groove Spoon, which I want to talk about a little bit more, by the way. Man, we've been listening to you since Groove Spoon, and we're still trying to get that on streaming. You have no idea.
And that's
Beautiful to have it stacked on top of each other. You know, it all culminates from era to era. I think it's beautiful.
that is hilarious, man. That's really cool that you've been, kind of following since then. It's been a long ride, very interesting ride, but a really cool one. Yeah. Should I go there now, or did you?
I mean, feel free to talk about whatever experiences you like, but I just wanted to ask one more before we start bouncing it back and forth between Alexa as well as the fan QA. There are some beautiful differences in this project between this project and I Can Do Anything, the first album, and do you feel the mantra that carried you through that era stayed with you or shifted since then?
Ooh, that is, oh man, you just coming with the mantra. So that is interesting, man. I didn't really give a ton of thought to I Can Do Anything to Ascension, but there are a lot of parallels. I think, well, just that mantra of I can do anything, and you and tightrope. I feel like there's definitely a connection there. You got what it takes. You can make it. I can do anything. That's I feel like I'm a person that kind of thinks, and like many of us do. We think in those platitudinal type, ways, right? And if anything, I want to do as an artist, I just want to uplift and inspire. That's what you want to do, because that's at the end of the day. I mean, that's kind of all you can do. Unless you get into the weeds and actually start and make policy changes and things of that sort. That's not what I'm. I don't think that I'm here for. I think I'm here for speaking to people through music, and with those types of phrases is how I feel like I connect with the audience, and you make it interesting with your voice and with the music behind you. And but yeah, I feel like there are definitely some parallels there that connect I Can Do Anything and Ascension. I mean, obviously this project is very different in that it's not a gospel project, although I still consider myself, very, I am a spiritual guy. And yeah, I think it was just that, I mean, I don't know, just on other levels, I feel like this project was different from an artistic standpoint, and the amount of like control and the creativity too, that I had with it. Yeah, there were definitely some similarities, but I think this project here kind of opens up a lot more because I've grown more, and I've been able to collaborate more, and to listen and take in more. And so I think, with that, this project kind of displays those things. But in terms of my spirituality, all of that is, definitely still intact and means a whole lot. And who's to say that I, won't do another gospel project? That might be something that I do, because I still think that those values and things, are still something that I hold in high regard, for sure.
That's amazing. You're just the best. As we've seen throughout your whole career, you've been amazing. And to kind of branch over into some fan questions, your mother is like up there with you in the fandom. People love KK. And she has recounted the infamous yellow Little Tykes chair story. For people who don't know, she was preparing dinner and singing Amazing Grace, and little 3-year-old Antoine began to sing along, and that's kind of the point she discovered you had, the voice. What some fans would like to know is, how was music present in your life growing up?
Yeah, that's that's really cool. That's really cool. Wow. Man, you guys are coming with the heat. You know, music has always been um, just a part of who I am. Growing up, you know, my mom, she would always have on the radio, you know, and yeah, she had her, you know, of course, her favorites. And over time, of course, I developed my own. I remember even my grandfather, he had a lot of records, and so you know, when I was younger, I would always hear them playing, and then take a stroll to kind of see you know, what was in there, and so man, I just feel like music. I've always been in the process of just like being musical, you know, and I have to say, church was another one of those things for me that was like the vehicle, you know, being in church, singing with the choir, and then of course having those moments to do, you know, to lead a song, you know, and many times as a soloist, you know, that eventually came about, and so yeah. But my mother has definitely been the, you know, she kind of spearheaded that for me, and when she found out that I, you know, could at least hold a note, a straight note, you know, um, yeah, she went crazy and just got on the phone calling everybody, you know, my baby can sing, my baby can sing. And and not long after, you know, my first gig was my great grandmother's birthday party. And so, you know, just imagine little old me with this big old mic and this big old head, just, you know, singing away. And yeah, it was a really cool moment. And then I started singing, um, you know, in the local community, and then people would hear and they'd be like, "Oh, I want that little guy to come to where I am," you know. So I would go, you know, and sing at different youth functions and stuff like that out of state, you know, and it started to be like a snowball effect, you know, and um yeah, there's just a whole history of that, you know, and um it might be a bit much for now, but that's really how it all began for me. And yeah, here I get a chance to, you know, now kind of talk to you guys about that, and it's just like, what, you know. it's been a it's been quite the ride from, you know, singing at the Little Tykes chair, or in the Little Tykes chair, all the way to singing um and you know, in a friend's living room, you know, 4-digit, you know. So
I love it. So we're gonna branch into some more questions from fans themselves, but before we do that, I have one final question.
Okay.
So a lot
I know
of people
exactly what this is gonna be.
Oh shoot, I'm nervous.
No, don't be. This is fun.
Don't be. You have a signature kind of sound, but also you have this signature look, and that's the white T-shirt and the vest. Where did the vest come from? How did you decide on that as your go-to?
Oh man, that's the target, you know. That is too funny. I'm trying to figure out how exactly, you know. So I have to say, I've always been a fan of the vest, you know. I have to say, I'm an old head, and I just love the vest look. That's just my thing, you know. And so I was like, you know, I've got to incorporate, you know, a vest. And I was, you know, I had spoken to some of the, you know, the Wolf guys about it, and they were like, yeah, do it, you know. And I was like, I will. And I, you know, in my hat here, you know, I've always just worn my hat, not so much because I have, you know, a bad hair day, but I you know, I just like the cap. It just, you know, kind of puts things in, you know, to place for me. And yeah. And so there's like a comfort, you know. This is like, I don't have any kids, but this is like my baby, you know. And the only thing about this though is that, you know, you can replace this baby, you know, when it gets a little out of hand. You know, you can't really do that, you know, with a real baby, you know. So did I just say that? No, I just love the look, and so I sported it. And you know, now people now when I see people do like drawings of like Wolfpack and the like collaborators and stuff, and I see it, I'm like, what? You know, it's hilarious because it was really no great meaning behind it, you know, just like 1612. There was really no great meaning behind, you know, it's just the 4-digit entry code. And yeah, so I so that's what, you know, what you see is just what you get, you know, that's really it. But if I can come up with a better story, I'll let you, you know, I'll tell it to you next time.
Yeah, of course.
Follow-up question: are we entering a new era, or will you be defaulting to the Halloween costume of Woody Goss?
Oh my gosh.
For your latest stuff?
Man, you know what? I forget who in the group had suggested that and that we do that, but I thought it was hilarious, you know, when it was first suggested and we started seriously talking about it. And then it actually became really serious. You know, I was like, what? And so, yeah, we were just like, hey, I'm going to be you, you be me, yada, yada. And yeah, so we wound up just, you know, pulling it off. And it was fun. You know, it was really, it was fun. I thought it, you know, made some folks laugh, but yeah, that was a lot of fun though.
Twan, you are a human ball of sunshine.
Oh my God. I can never live up to you, but thank you.
Oh my God. Okay.
We got the next question ready?
Anyways, I was going to open up the floor to our fans, who some of which have some questions for you.
Yes.
There's a raise hand feature, possibly.
Yeah, I think
Oh, okay, awesome. Yes.
Okay.
So
yeah.
here is Jason.
Hey, Jason. How's it going?
Going good, Antoine. How about you, my man?
Oh man, life is wonderful. It could be better, of course, but no, all is well. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. So
yeah, anytime. So since we mentioned Corey the Long Notes earlier, she got this gem earlier this week. So I wanted to talk about with my question, you know, it was performed in a, you know, tested bubble. And like, I want to know, like, how was the environment, like, even though it was like in the bubble, like during basically the peak of COVID and all that stuff, like, how did like recording with Corey and the whole gang just turn out? And like, how was that environment in general?
Wow. Yeah, that's a really good question, man. It was interesting, man, because well, first of all, I should say Corey was very cautious and had a lot of, you know, gave a lot of thought to, you know, to getting together or putting that project together because of what was happening, you know. And yeah, but it turned out to be a really, really cool experience. I mean, you know, I'm not in Corey's band, so I wasn't able to stay for an extremely long time to record, you know, my portion. Even though, you know, we all, man, I love those guys, right? But so it was a little different because it's like you go in and you step out, and it was just really quick. And so it was unlike being at, you know, like a regular Corey gig where you're just kind of hanging with everybody and just, you know, just chilling and having a good time and maskless, right? But there, it was different because you were on a set. Everything was, you know, kind of timed out, and you just wanted to make sure you went, got in your hit, and then you of course had to leave due to, you know, various protocols. So it was a little different, but it was still an exciting thing to do because one, it's Corey, and anything with Corey is, I mean, you're pretty much gonna have a good time. If you don't, I don't even want to say that. You're just gonna have you're gonna have a good time, right? Or at least plan. And little vocal flip there. And yeah, it was really, really a cool experience. You're working with you know, all those pros, you know, the rhythm section, the horn players, and doing the fun the interview with Corey. It was all really, really good time, but we all had to wear our masks and we all had to, you know, kind of adhere to the the strict timeline. But there goes a flip again. He gave a good he gave a good time, a timeline for the whole project. So yeah, it was a lot of fun, man. No audience, unfortunately, but yeah, it was still a lot of fun. So
Well, I'm glad that he took all that safety and precaution. Let him know I said hello, and I look forward to seeing you guys in Boston.
yes, man, I'm so looking forward to the tour, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to seeing you. Please, stop by and say hello.
Oh yeah, for sure. Can't wait.
All right. Thanks a lot for listening to the music and and
Oh yeah, anytime.
All right, Jason.
All right, thanks, Antoine.
Yep, see ya.
Love that. Love that. Wow. What a guy our Jay is. Up next, we are going to go to super dedicated fan, Tommy.
All right. Tommy.
Love him.
Hey there, what's going on, Tommy? I think you might.
Not much.
There you are. How's it going?
Really good, thanks. So what's your favorite song to do live with the Wolfpack thing?
Ooh. Oh man, it's too funny. All of the songs I feel like have their own vibe, right? That's a hard one. To be honest, my default, and you probably already know what it is probably 1612. Because it's one of the tunes that, like, if you're a Wolfpack fan, you probably might have an inkling of a like for that tune. And so everybody pretty much knows it. Whether you are whether you consider yourself like an old Wolf head or a newer fan, you've probably come into contact with that song. And I think most of there aren't lyrics for all the Wolf tunes, of course, but for those that do exist, it's just like the fans pretty much know what they are. And Jack's writing is pretty clever and hilarious. And so people just look for, I think, that those moments to just kind of go crazy. And so when you have a tune like 1612 and, folks are able to sing back to you some of those lyrics, it just kind of livens the atmosphere, in addition to the instrumentals, that exist. So maybe, I think maybe 1612, but man, to be honest, every song has its own vibe, and it's just really cool to see people, kind of grooving to each one of them, whether it's super fast or super slow. Thanks. Yeah.
Follow-up question to that, Antoine, is how do you feel about when people sing along to the bass line in like Deantown? Do you dig that?
I do. No, I'm just kidding. No, no, I love it. I absolutely love it. It is so cool. I mean, before Wolf concerts, I don't think that I remember people singing along to any bass lines. I mean, I will sometimes sing along to the line of any of other instruments, including the bass if I know it well enough. But I love when people sing the instrumental riffs. I think it's really cool. And yeah, the person to your left or right might be a little annoying with it, but it's just like it makes for the feels of the concert, but it is a little bit of a challenge to kind of hear what Joe is doing, because Joe is such a cool, it's sometimes he will vary things up, and so you may miss something really sweet that he does at a live show, and it's like, oh. But with Deantown, I think he keeps it pretty standard, and so it's easy to kind of to sing along and you know, and yeah, it's just fun. So yeah, that's a big thing. That's a big thing. I'm thinking with the fan base, right? You know, it's just
It
like,
really is. There's a lot of this or that with it.
yeah. I mean, I I, I don't see the the big deal with it. Sing along to the bass lines, just at least let me get in a riff or two, when I'm singing.
I will never sing again.
Oh God.
All
Oh.
right. So next up, we're going to move to Jan. Jan's got a pretty sweet question. Where are you at?
Hey, how's it going?
Hello. Hi, Antoine. Just want to let you know that there is a very, I don't know if it's big, but at least in my like friend group, we all like Wolf and you guys very much. And we feel kind of like isolated because we're here in California and you guys are like in the Midwest. So it's a little funky, but like we appreciate all the work that you guys do and like much love from the West Coast.
Hey, no problem. It's all love to everybody, no matter who you are or where you are.
So, my question is, I only started singing recently as in like 4 years ago. I guess that's not too recent, but I've been doing music for like ever since I was a kid, and I was wondering, I have a generally high-pitched voice for a guy, and I was wondering, do you have any advice on developing like clean, solid falsetto as opposed to like me trying to like half-ass it and try to get through it? Is there any like, do you have any tips for that and like working towards it and like songs I can practice or exercises or anything?
Wow, that's a cool question. So you said you have a generally high register.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say so? Because I mean, I think there's a big difference, like for Theo and me. We both have pretty different sounds, right? Theo's an incredible vocalist, and I still don't understand how he's able to sing like in the rafters, right? I'm like, whoa. And I consider myself more of a baritone singer. And I believe Theo can sing at that level too. Man, I many times what I find myself doing, especially when I want to approach that higher range, is I'm in falsetto. I'm in falsetto, and many times when I'm doing during warm-ups and like even when I'm just trying to write a tune, or in the studio, I'm just constantly, hitting those scales, I'm just constantly at it, and hoping, and many times there's there's a breakthrough. Sometimes I kind of break off and wind up, in a vocal space where it's just like, oh man, no, don't ever go back there again. Go go back to either chest voice or find a different find a different placement for your falsetto. But no, I wouldn't, because I haven't done a lot of vocal coaching for others. I mean, I've received it, but yeah, man, who are some of your favorite, you have like some favorite vocalists that have a very similar sound to you, maybe?
Well, long story short, I became a vocalist because something kind of sad happened in my life. So I wanted to express myself with singing.
Oh,
I
that's
listened to a bunch of Sinatra albums, all of the sad ones, and I ended up becoming like a kind of crooner, kind of that hybrid-ish, old sounding, but also trying to sound new at the same time kind of deal. So
Yeah.
like the Rat Pack is where I listen to a lot of stuff. That's where I get like
That's awesome.
yeah, my warm vibrato-y, like open sounds. And then of course Theo Katzman, oh my gosh. When
Yes.
I found you guys, yeah, definitely. Um,
I guess my advice would be to really kind of hit those scales, man, and just yeah, just like it's really difficult, because I mean, of course, I would be able to maybe give more if if we were doing like a vocal coaching, so that I could hear your voice and see what it sounds like, and kind of push a little bit to see where your limit is. For me, it's just always just kind of hitting those scales and just kind of testing the limits of what I can do. And when working on a new song, trying to write in a range that's comfortable, and not just studio comfortable, but comfortable for a live show, so that you're not having to think so much about, oh, am I going to hit that note tonight? So yeah, I would say, definitely make sure that you spend your time in that zone, being comfortable. Because for a while, I, had felt a certain way about my voice. But there comes a point where it's just like, you need to break out of that. You need to do what's comfortable and find your zone, and how you can connect with the listener in that way,
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think maybe just more exposure and like trying new things will get me to like be more comfortable in the zone that I have. Because I guess there's parts of my voice that I haven't explored yet. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, I mean, I feel like that's the case for many of us. But yeah, keep listening to yourself, for sure. But do operate in a range that's comfortable for you.
Brief follow-up question. Thank you so much for that. I hope you guys have the potential to connect.
Yeah. And I can pass along some information to Jen too. Just, maybe we could connect outside, and, that'd be cool.
Absolutely. Just a brief follow-up question in terms of all these different ranges that you're talking about, and trying to get it all to work together. You were pushing yourself very hard, as you said yourself, on this record. And when you start playing some of these tunes live, those are some pretty dense harmonies I don't think you can do up there alone. So who would your ideal crew be for background vocals on a live Ascension show?
Oh, wow. I've never thought about that. Oh, you're really pushing me.
Wow, really?
I've never thought about who would, do background. Oh man, I was thinking more having to go the, go the loop pedal route. No, I'm just kidding. I haven't, to be honest, I have not thought about what a live show presentation would look like. Although I think it would, it definitely would be possible. I would have to scale it back a little bit, or, do some kind of a, pull out my best, like James Blake or something. I don't know, but yeah, if I were to play the record from beginning, or sing the record from beginning to end live, that would be an interesting feat. But background vocalists, man, are you vying for one of those roles?
I was not going around that way, but if you offer
because I was saying,
man, I will never refuse you.
I was just saying that maybe we could work something out. No, that is a really good question. I have not thought about who would fill those roles, because those, there's a lot going on in the record. And yeah, it's too funny because I haven't worked with a lot of, I've worked with a lot of different bands, but I don't think I've worked a lot with having like background vocalists, to be honest. That would kind of be not a very new thing, but in some ways new, working with my own like background team, because I'm always singing, like, especially with Wolfpack, like, we have like tunes on Leslie and things where you have some background help, thanks to the incomparable Theo Katzman and Joey Dossig, right? But here I have these solo singers as background singers, right? But a lot of those Wolf tunes especially are, just me on the melody, and everything else is just kind of filled in. Whereas with the solo stuff, I'll definitely want to have some other voices around. I have not honestly thought about who that could be, and man, you put me on the spot, and
it's all good. Let us know when you do, come up with those ideas. We're very anxious to see who's on the lineup, and no, I'm not going to plug anybody here, but it helps when they already know the music. I'm just playing. One quick thing. Do you
awesome.
think you have time for 3 more fan questions?
Yeah. Let's
thank you so much. Yeah, we'll get the introductions through Alexa.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you so much, Twan. Up next, we are going to go to Quiche. Quiche has got a sick question.
Hey.
Hello. Good morning or normal time for you guys. Sorry.
No, it's all good. Wait.
Thank you so much for doing this. I just wanted to quickly ask you about how you approached writing for Ascension, because I guess you kind of come together with Tyler, but like, did you prepare much beforehand? Was it all together?
Yeah, no, I didn't come with anything. No, it was really things kind of came together organically, you know. It started. Tyler was at a festival, and he I think it was like an electronic festival, and I think it was in Michigan, and he had heard something in the speakers. He was like, "Oh man, that would be interesting. What if Antoine and I worked together?" And at that time, we had already kind of been in each other's circles, you know, especially with the Wolf Crew. And so we definitely knew who each other was. I mean, I guess that's obvious because he wouldn't have been able to text me if he didn't. But anywho, so he sent me a text and was like, man, it would be really cool to hear your voice, you know, and with this type of thing happening. Now, when we got together, we didn't really know, you know, specifically what would happen, but we eventually got together, we chatted, and the next thing I knew, because I was already down, I was like, oh man, let's connect, let's do this thing. And so we eventually got together in his backyard. He brought, you know, he took his guitar, and you know, I took, you know, this here, and you know, whatever and yeah, we were just working it out. I mean, he was strumming chords, and you know, I'd be like, oh yes, play that dominant, you know, just going in and singing various, you know, melodies and all of that. And that's really how things started. So it really kind of started from scratch, going out in the backyard with the instruments, and Tyler playing chords, me kind of singing melodies that I thought were could be legit. And from there, we uploaded everything, you know, from the memos, and we kind of farmed through just bits and pieces, or all the pieces that we had, you know, recorded in the backyard. And we're just like, oh, wow, I like that melody there. Or I like this, or I love that. I love those chords, or, you know, and from there, those started to become, you know, kind of songs. And we had, you know, melody, you know, we had these chords, and then we had, you know, then we had Theo. Well, Theo was kind of already in the midst of it, but knowing that Theo is such a great, amazing lyricist, it was really cool to be able to work with Theo, because some of the things that I was thinking about in terms of like my own artistic identity, I was able to, you know, kind of throw them out there. And so here we have, you know, here we are having these discussions about, you know, like I said, the beauty of life, or, you know, the state of the world, and, you know, where we are. And me just wanting to step out and to do a project like this. And, you know, kind of for me, kind of breaking the mold as an artist. And so after having put out those themes, we were able to, you know, kind of write and form these phrases, you know, and that's how it kind of came together. That's really how it came together. And so it was definitely a collaborative effort. And so, yeah.
Antoine, you are the like champion of accessibility of knowledge that you share constantly.
Oh, gosh. Oh, Alexa, you. Ah.
Oh my God, stop. Okay, so we have 2 more questions.
Okay,
we are going to move on to Link.
Yeah.
Where are you at?
Hi, Antoine.
Hey, what's going on, Link?
Not much, man. This is so cool. Thank you so much for being here today. This is a joy.
I'm glad to be here. Thanks for taking time out of your schedule to stop by.
It's a blessing. It's just so cool. And yeah, my question we'll open it up past just background singers. I was curious if you had to pick one, or if you could pick one, or if you can't, maybe a couple. Who's the one person, alive or dead, that you'd be the most excited to collaborate with, and why?
Oh, oof. There are a lot, but I'll narrow it down just for you, Link. Man. So some of them, might make some sense. It would be a dream to do something with like Stevie Wonder. To me, Stevie just embodies so much. Well, okay, I don't know if you've ever had these discussions with your friends about, just the catalogs, and if you took away a certain, artist's catalog, when you think of like American music or something, how big a chunk that would be, right? And how impactful that would be. Well, for me, Stevie is one of those folks, you got, there are actually a lot of them, when you think about the depth of just music here, and just creativity. But among the many of those artists, Stevie, to me, one, he's one of my biggest influences, and two, he's just like such a treasure, right? And he's had an amazing career, and his music is as relevant as it was, then, or here. It's as relevant as it was then. It is now still. And so, and just the beauty of his writing and the beauty of his melodies, I aspire to leave a mark like that. And I got a lot of work to do, but in the meantime, that dream of mine, it's still there. And so Stevie is one of them. And I'm trying to, it would have been cool too to get inside of like Michael Jackson's creative space in his head. It's just like, whoa, you watch, the video of like This Is It, and you're just like, it's just that creativity is just oozing out, right? Another favorite male vocalist of mine is I'll give you two others. So Luther Vandross, that's, man, the way that he was able to finesse a phrase. Oh, I'm sorry, I just had to give a moment of appreciation right there. I love the way that he was able to interpret a lyric or a phrase. And he sang such slow songs, right? When you think of slow songs, you're thinking, like, all right, but man, Luther. And Donny Hathaway is another big influence of mine too. You're talking about a mood. I'm trying to think. There's so many. I'm always a big fan of those of the heavy soul, like, soulful singers. When you think of like Diana Ross and Patti LaBelle and Jennifer Holliday, and I love that. And then of course I love my the contemporaries too. I like John Legend. I like Gregory Porter. I love Leon LaHavas. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of listing off a lot of people that I enjoy taking in, and yeah, and you just kind of, and you take it in, internalize it, and then you try to give, make it yours somehow, and see how people respond to it. But sorry, I kind of gave you an abundance, but Stevie.
That's great. So I was going to say right there, like, you know how Corey got the Cos nod?
Whoa! Now you're talking.
If we could make the Stevie nod happen for Antoine and get a Stevie Wonder Antoine Stanley collaboration, I'm calling it right now.
The Stevie smile.
Stevie smile. Whoever said that? Yes.
Smile. I was about to say that. I was going to say the Stevie the Stevie shrug. I don't know, but
the Stevie shrug, the Stevie swivel, man.
Stevie swivel, you know. I love it. Anything Stevie does, I will take. I will take, whether it's the shrug or the swivel or the smile. Please. Yeah. That was a great question. Thanks, Blink.
All right,
I'm hoping
y'all.
we can make it happen.
We have a mission now. We gotta get this happening.
Yes, that's yeah. But I've got a lot of work to do, of course. But you know, that would definitely be cool.
All right, so we have time for one last question. Thank you for waiting patiently, Tyler. You are up.
Oh, hey, what's going on, Tyler?
Hi, Antoine. I did not think I'd be speaking to you today. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I saw the Lonely Town post and I was like, wait, there's no way. So yeah.
No, I appreciate you stopping by. I really, really do. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming here. And I wanted to ask, I'm an aspirant artist, and I'm sure as most of these people in the Zoom room are. And do you have any pieces, words, people of encouragement, just people to study, or just overall stories that you've heard that would help lend strength to, you know, it takes a lot to get to, you know, I don't know, singing for livelihood instead of singing to deal with life?
Oh, yeah. That is a really good question. You know, I believe everybody has a story. At the end of the day, everybody has a story to tell. And many people tell their stories in so many different ways, right? And I feel fortunate to be able to use the gift that I think that, that I was given to kind of do that. And, I feel like I'm a spiritual person, right? So I believe that God blesses every one of us with gifts. And sometimes your gift, your strongest gift may be a smile, but and even then, you know, a smile can sometimes make a huge difference in somebody else's world, you know, and you may not even know it. I feel like it's, you know, life is about tapping into whatever that is. And sometimes it can be more challenging for certain people to find theirs than others. And I feel like I found mine really early, you know, at a pretty early age, you know, around 3. I'll never forget that time when I was in the kitchen that I was talking about with Alexa. I do remember bits and pieces of that. And so I feel fortunate in that way to have been able to tap into it. And I've stuck with it for so long, you know, where, you know, and here it's gotten me, you know, to be able to show up at a Madison Square Garden with, you know, friends from college. That's something that I never really thought, you know, would happen, but it did, and I'm grateful for it. But for anybody, I feel like who is, whose mind is wondering about, okay, how, you know, I'm grateful to have life, but how do I fit in? You know, how do I connect? Well, for me, music I feel like is the best way that I connect with people. And I don't know how many fans that'll bring or not, you know. I do it simply because I love to do it. And it's really cool that I get a chance to do cool things like this and interact with other people who feel inspired by, you know, something that I've done. So I would say, yeah, just kind of people keep exploring what it is you do best and what you could exploit in the best possible way. And yeah, and just, you know, continue to walk that tight rope, and no pun intended, but you know, you do have to go out there, and you know, you have to go out there, and it's not always easy to do that, but at some point it's good to kind of take that risk, because at the end of the day, you know, if you've applied yourself you really do and should, have what it takes. I'm borrowing lines from the tune there, but the tune is really how I feel. It's like, I don't want to be cheesy, but it really is just like, I I really feel like when you prepare yourself, and you have that moment of opportunity to do what you do, the hope is that yeah, you feel like you are compelled, or that you feel that you're living in your calling. So continue being creative, whatever that may be, and always continue trying to find your voice.
Thank you. I kind of lost it. I was shouting a lot for my little brother's Junior Olympics. So a follow-up question. Do you have any vocal cord recovery tips? Yeah, because my voice is super raspy right now. Like, what do you do when you're kind of,
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, I know you. I'm sure you are familiar with the basics, in terms of getting rest. I'm sure you probably, if you want to be your best, you got to get your rest, right? And so, making sure that you rest up here, which can be challenging, especially like even on a tour or something, and but drink lots of water. I'm a big fan of hot tea. Get you some lemon and honey, and yeah, I mean, in terms of like the kinds of teas and all of that, I mean, we can go into that at a later time, but yeah, I love peppermint or ginger. Those are pretty good for the voice. Yeah, I try to stay away from the sprays and stuff. I mean, not that they're bad, it's just I like to try to do the natural thing. And yeah, too, I also love to steam my voice. I sometimes what I would do, take the towel and put it over the pot, but you don't have to do that. There's actually a steamer that you could get. I'm trying to, I don't have it around here, but yeah, I feel like that's a really cool way to kind of open up the airwaves and help keep your voice.
If I just have like an electric tea kettle and like boil it and just stand over it, would that do the same thing? And just like,
yeah, I mean, yeah, you could do that too. The only thing with the tea kettle is that it's all coming out of that little hole there. So that might be a little difficult.
Oh yeah, you can like open the top on mine.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm thinking about a different one. But yeah, I think, yeah, you could do that. But yeah, if you however you do it, I don't want to I don't want to step on your toes. But I just feel like that's a really cool way to moisten those folds there. And yeah, so yep. But I mean, however you feel you see fit. But yeah, there's so many different ways to keep your voice in shape. But those are some of the things that I follow.
Thank you.
Yeah. There's even like a portable thing that you can use to walk around in like a steamer. It's so crazy, but.
Well, thank you so much to every fan who asked questions. Thank you so much to Antoine. This time with you has been an absolute blessing. Just one quick thing, just to tie it back into Camp Lonely Town. What's your favorite memory from the summer or any summer camp or anything like that? Favorite memory?
Favorite memory from, oh man. And this could just be anything. Is that what it is?
Anything you like, man.
Oh wow. Favorite. Man, I feel like there's so many cool things that happen. I would say, man, the Zoom parties, man. They've been. I had some really cool Zoom party moments just with friends and family, and so I feel like, yeah, it was a really cool way to kind of take your mind off of what was actually, what's actually been happening, yeah. Yeah. And wait, you didn't say just, you said aside from like pandemic or anything, right? Or
it could have been anything. So
oh,
I
okay,
mean,
well, yeah.
that works for us.
Well, there, that was I feel like that was something that was recurring, that was always something to kind of look forward to. And so yeah, it was really cool to be able to connect with like faces and things of that sort. But now things are getting a little bit better where we can actually see the person, right? So
Exactly.
hopefully that, you know, will happen more and more. But yeah, it's connection is always great. So that was the one of the fun things about being able to, you know, about, you know, just the whole thing. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for connecting with us and always being just so accessible and willing to share your wisdom. And you're just great, Antoine. You know I love you.
I love you too. I love you guys. Thank you all so much for just coming here. And I see some familiar faces. Hey, Sile. And yeah, it's so good to be able to, you know, just have this opportunity to chat with you guys. I'm looking forward to making some more music, trying to work on a full album. And so hopefully I can, you know, get that done and out as soon as I can. But yeah, looking forward to a tour with Corey Wong and the Wong Notes. So I might see some of you guys on the road there. That should be fun. And yeah, I am. Oh man, I feel so bad because I'm looking at the chat right now and it looks like I've missed like 1,000 of them. So I'm sorry.
They're all just excited to see you soon, man. They're seeing you on the Corey tour. They're excited for the full album. Man, thank you so much. Round of virtual applause for Antoine Stanley, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again for your time.
Oh man, thank you guys. Alexa, Matt, you guys are so, you guys are champs. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
You are the best.
Ascension is out now. Go listen to it everywhere.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Go listen. Be inspired. Walk the tightrope. No, I'm just kidding.
Walk the tightrope.
It's playing nonstop.
Don't fall now, but you know, that's, thanks a lot for plugging that. Thank you so much for listening, guys. And yeah, hopefully see you live in person at some point.
All right.
Absolutely. You take care, Antoine.
All right, peace.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.